Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience again. I'm hoping when you see what I've got here on the table, you'll understand what took so long and you won't be disappointed. This is Oolong Crossing, so welcome in, everyone. Welcome in Snafu and that Texas Cryptid. Did I miss anyone else? Let me go ahead and I think so. Our beloved mods, Cereal and Blueberry, are moving. They're mid move. I imagine they probably won't be able to be here with us. They were moving like several states over, or at least from state, an interstate move is what I'm trying to say. So we may not have mods tonight other than the automated ones. So if I don't remember to do a shout out or something, please accept my apologies in advance, but I'm going to start right now with that Texas Cryptid and hope I got that right. Okay, so the chat message worked, but not the picture. Okay, did I do that right? I just was testing them before stream and they worked fine, and now they don't seem to do a little picture, but at least we got, it's like only one thing shows up at a time. Let me just try Johnny Bailey. It wouldn't be a live stream if something didn't go wrong, right? Oh, that was 2 exclamation points. Why Johnny Bailey, you wonder? Well, he is there. Okay, so there's that one. I think I just did that Texas Cryptid wrong. He is the one who creates almost all of the music that I use on my stream. CRYPTID. There we go. All right, operator error, sounds like. So welcome in, everyone. I have a lot of food here. I hope it's okay if I eat my lunch on stream. It is, you may remember 2 weeks ago, I was raving about this vegan Vietnamese restaurant in our Honolulu's Chinatown. Well, I went there before stream today to get mooncakes, and I wasn't able to do that. I was able to, if I just didn't have time to stand in a double line that went around the block. Oh, hey, let me get on here and say hi. Hi, everyone. Oh, a 15 stream watch streak. Thank you, Texas. Wow. That's pretty cool. Kind of nice to know that there's someone who doesn't miss a week. I'm not that good with anyone's else's stream, so thank you very much. Okay. Hi, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Gail. I live here in Hawaii. As you can see, it's a very sunny day. You can probably see that behind me. It was raining this morning, so I was starting to question my decision to make cold brewed tea overnight and have that, because this morning it was just like overcast and rainy and almost cold. So I thought, oh wow, did the seasons change while I slept? And maybe that wasn't the right thing, but it's hot now and it's really sunny. So so this is where we are in my dining room, and here's the table we have. Let's go ahead and do the Woodland Warden's Oracle card before I get into all of the goodies. But I do have 2 kinds of cold brew tea that I made overnight. All you do is put it in the refrigerator overnight. You can't even see it. It's off this way. And then I have all this vegan Vietnamese food to show you. But I know I had been sort of raving a couple weeks ago about a vegan Vietnamese restaurant that I had been to. Sorry, I'm going to move something out of my own way here. I had been to the day before, and I've been wanting to go back ever since. I got the exact same dish again because I enjoyed it so much, and also because I thought it would travel well and keep well in the intervening time between when I actually got home with it and when stream started. So that was 1.5 hours ago. So I didn't get a soup with noodles in it that would get soggy. So that's what's going on here. We'll get there in a moment. How is everyone, other than Cereal and Blueberry, who are probably up to their eyeballs in boxes and, oh gosh, for all I know, they might still be on the road. driving from state to state. So I wish them well. Okay, so we're done shuffling here. I know a couple of our other friends who often join us, I think, are actively streaming right now. So maybe they'll stop in when they're finished. Here I'm cutting and I'm going to turn over. Oh, I don't think we've ever had this card before, so that's nice. It's a nice new one. The duck and chrysanthemum for luck. Awesome. Okay. I have so much food on the table here. Let me put these cards safely out of the way. And then we can talk tea after this. Yeah. Graham is going to be cooking for some time yet. Yeah, that's the Tabatai cooking. I just usually call them Tabatai. I forget what the other part of their name is. I think it's Tabatai cooking. Graham and Amanda. And they're doing, is that the Hobbit Cookathon fundraiser thing? Fundraising stream? Okay, so again, this card is number 10 out of 52. See if I can get it here so you can see it. The duck and chrysanthemum. And all I'm doing, guys, is I do not have this memorized. I'm just reading you the little guidebook for this card. The phrase lucky duck isn't just a lighthearted rhyme. Ducks can be symbols of good fortune. In ancient Egypt, ducks were associated with riches, especially gold, and frequently given as offerings to the gods. Likewise, chrysanthemums bursting forth with long and elegant petals signify abundance. I think I knew that. Luck can be a fickle and mysterious force, but it is also, as Roman philosopher Seneca once mused, what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Oh, I love that. So in this upright position, this card means you are on the brink of good fortune. Be open to situations that may bring about positive transformation. Well, that sounds amazing. I am so open to that right now. In the reverse, if we had drawn it that way, it could mean take care to get your ducks in a row, do some research before taking action to avoid a misstep. How can I prepare for the future? And is destiny mutable or set in stone? Okay, some musings on the luck. Let's see where I can put this. All right, we won't be able to see this card yet. Kind of over there. But a little bit later, when I get some of his food out of the way, it can kind of be in the background there. All the Hobbit meals. Yes, I think he's working on number 5 of 7. Oh, wow. That is kind of a big job. Okay, so here are the teas that I made. I didn't even leave enough room on the table to actually set these down, but they're sweating a lot, aren't they? Let me get my napkin. They're just in jam jars because it's what I had that I thought was about the right size, and I have 2 of these. These are massive Bon Maman jam jars from Costco, and they make great, storage jars for just about everything. This one here is the Baozhong tea, which is a very green oolong. It's like so close to green tea that, I wouldn't be surprised if, when people drink it, they would just mistake it for green tea, but it's very floral and really has, I think, more kind of nuance to it. And then this brownish one here is a honey oolong, which is a more oxidized oolong. So we can go over like what they are a little bit, but you can see all I did was just put them in a jar and put room temperature water and then in the refrigerator overnight. I think I did overleaf these a little bit, but you can, like if I drank all this today, which is not advisable, by the way, it's probably not going to happen, but you can just refill this with water and brew them again. So the leaf doesn't go to waste. Trying to think of when it was, a couple weeks ago, I made these exact 2 teas, but in like 2-liter pitchers for my coworkers for a potluck for someone who is leaving. So, I don't think they'd ever had anything like that, and they really thought they were really nice. Luckily, I had these like romance cards because these teas were from my Eco Cha Tea Club, and frankly, I've had them for years. But this explained what the teas are, so I didn't have to stand there and answer that question of like, what is it? This is great, or why does it taste like this, or what have you. So the Baozhong tea is a competition grade Baozhong tea. These are both from Taiwan. This one's actually from winter 2020, so it's been a while. These flavor notes that they talk about on these cards are usually when the tea is brewed hot in the normal way. When you cold brew the tea, it really brings out no bitterness, I want to say, no astringency, or very, very little. And then also all the sweet notes and the floral notes. So it's almost like a different flavor tea, from the same leaves. So this one, if you brewed it hot, it has a pleasant fresh baby greens aroma, mild balanced green leafy character, notes of arugula, dill, endive, I think is how you pronounce that, although some people say endive. Either way is great with me, and a lasting, mildly savory finish. But I followed the cold brew directions on the back here, which is 5 grams of tea per liter of water. Brew tea at room temperature for 2 to 3 hours, or you can put your, shaky there, cold brew bottle in the fridge to brew overnight, which is what I did. So that's the greenish one. Let's go ahead and pour some of that out. And what I have here is 2 just glass pitchers, and then this is actually a matcha sifter, but it makes the most excellent tea strainer. Like no leaves or anything are going to get through that. And I'm just hoping that if I pour this on my tea tray here, that it'll not, I haven't actually tried pouring liquid out of these jam jars before. So if it doesn't work, I can go grab a little ladle or something, but I'm hoping to just pour some of this out without too much mess and just get some of it in the pitcher. Yeah, there we go. You just have to be decisive and just, just pour it. So this is what the leaves look like. The dry leaf, which I can put out if anybody's curious, is like a twisted, dry, it's not a rolled oolong. Yeah, I'll show it to you. Let's put this aside. So this is what it's so pretty. It's a light colored, kind of leaning towards the golden side, but it's like a very light green. Just a sort of a clear, very inviting, light green colored tea. Also, it has a little bit of a buttery kind of a flavor to it, or I never can tell if that's flavor or texture. Excuse me, leaning in here to just show you what the dry leaves look like. I'll just pour a little of them out so that you can see. So this is what they looked like. So they're just a twisted, wiry, larger size leaf. It is harvested in the winter. You know what? That tea has a great aftertaste that I did not notice the last time I cold brewed it, because I probably drank the honey oolong tea over top of it. And it probably just, I don't want to say ruin my taste buds for this, but it kind of overwhelmed them a little bit. This has a fruity aftertaste. I did not expect that. You like winter things? Snafu, I just found myself thinking today, is it cozy season yet? And then of course the weather changed in the middle of the day, or after the rain finished. Then, the sun comes out and then it steams everything. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Oh my gosh, that tea is so good. That was actually kind of a very welcome surprise. It looks really appetizing too. The little pitcher kind of got a little bit frosted up. from coming out of the refrigerator. 90-degree weather this week. That's about where Hawaii is at the moment, too. But that's about as hot as we ever have. So even though it's mid-September, this is probably the hottest time of the year. We were kind of talking about that last week. You're in Ohio, so you probably have humidity and everything too, right? Okay, so the second tea is this honey oolong tea, which has a distinct honey floral aroma, sweet, nutty, tangy character, and heady honey essence dry finish. So this is one of those bug-bitten teas, which is left to be bitten by green leaf hoppers, they're called, or tea jacids, on purpose. And you don't put any pesticides on teas like that you want the green leaf hoppers to bite. And that usually happens in the spring or summer. And then the tea has a very distinctive fruity sweet or honey-like flavor that happens when you process it. When you oxidize it a little bit, it really brings that out. And again, so I followed the cold brew directions on this one, which calls for quite a bit more leaf. I don't think I used as much as this. Use 8 grams of tea per liter of warm water or cold water in the fridge overnight. So that's what I did. So let me show you what that one looks like. Now this was, I'll show you the dry leaf. This was a rolled oolong. So and I forget if it's roasted or not, to be honest. I think usually teas like this are lightly roasted, but a little more heavily oxidized, and that's where the dark color comes from. Thanks to Francine, we're back in high 90s. I don't think it's going to drop below 90s until October. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everything's been moving later since I moved to Hawaii. So summer used to be kind of more like in August. Now it's September is the hottest time of year. So this is the honey oolong tea. It's a ball rolled style oolong, and you can see it's a little more browner. But likewise, the winter doesn't even seem to really get underway until about February. And it definitely used to be January when I moved to Hawaii. So things are just shifting. Everything's happening a bit later. Oh, I'm sorry you guys are having the heat. We're very lucky in Hawaii that it's somewhat, all the temperatures and everything is somewhat moderated by the ocean, the fact that we're surrounded by ocean. All right, so let's pour out some of the honey oolong into this pitcher here. I did it once, so I'm sure I can do it again. I expect this tea to have a little stronger flavor. All right, here we go. Oh, that was easier because most of the leaves stayed in the bottom. This is not quite mason jars, but you could totally do this with mason jars. No, yeah, only one leaf came out, one little piece of leaf. So no problem there. All right, so this is a little bit more of more an amber color, as you can see. And then these are double-walled, so shiny, you can't really see, but they're double-walled glasses, little small glasses, which really brings out the clarity and the color of anything you put in it, tea or whatever. Definitely sweeter. Thicker tasting. These honey oolongs, they're named that for a reason. It really does kind of give some impression of like, really, really watered down honey. And it's not too strong at all. I saw those when I looked in the refrigerator this morning and I saw all these leaves in here. I was like, oh, what have I done? Like this is going to be, I'm going to have to add water to it. We'll consider it a a cold brew concentrate like they do with coffee, but it's fine. I mean, would I guzzle 32 ounces of it? That's probably not a good idea, especially on an empty stomach. But I'm about to start eating, so we can definitely have this much. Okay. So what the heck do I have going on here? So this is a, I actually don't know. Does anybody here speak Vietnamese? Because if so, I can show you the name of this on their menu. But basically the English translation is stir-fried rice noodle, I think, or rice. No, I mean, it's really, the translation is just rice noodle, and then you can get it dry, which is what this is. But it also comes as a soup. So all of this, it's like pho. All of this could be in one bowl. But when you order it dry, you know, the first time I got it, I didn't think it was going to have broth. But I was very delighted to find that it did come with broth. Let me see if I can just kind of... So we have this sort of crisp thing on the top here. This is fried shallots. Here, the dark stuff. There's some peanuts on here. Fresh herbs. Coriander, I think. I'm just gonna move that to the side so you can see what's underneath, because that just really kind of covers the whole thing. Yeah, okay. So moving that aside, or just folding it over. You know, and I tried this by itself last time, and it really tasted better in the soup. So I think, like, one way you could enjoy this is probably in a bigger bowl, and then you just pour the soup over it, and then you have pho anyway. So, you know, or something like pho, some kind of soup. So let me just fold that over. Look at this. So this is all vegan. You get your rice noodles, 2 wontons, basically. There's definitely a lot of garlic chive, you know, or chives in here. These are meat substitutes. So we've got, this was surprisingly good. This is like full of black peppercorns. So it's kind of like some kind of a, I don't know, steamed pork or something substitute. And then this is like a sausage substitute. I'm usually not a big fan of these meat substitutes. I mean, they're okay. They're hella filling, I will say that much. And then there's some tofu here, which is basically just plain fried tofu, but it's great if you put it in the soup for a little bit. So that's what's in the bowl, the dry part. And then I think a couple weeks ago I mentioned to you guys that the soup that came with it, I wasn't feeling well when I went into that place, into the restaurant, and just having a few sips of this soup, I was like, I could feel life returning to me. I mean, it was so good. Hi, Barbs, welcome in. How are you? I'm showing off some vegan Vietnamese food that I had had a couple weeks ago. And I was in Chinatown today, and I was like, I am just gonna pick this up, and this will be my lunch. Let me give you a shout out. Backpack Barbs. So Backpack Barbs is a streamer friend of ours. She does a lot of variety games. Do you still put your makeup on stream, Barbs? Because that's pretty interesting. I'm not too good with makeup, but there's often like theme, you know, or look that you're going for. Anyway, so yeah, this is vegan Vietnamese food. This was called like a dry noodle, which doesn't sound like much, but there's like so much in this bowl. And then it came with the side of soup. And like I said, if you were getting this as a soup, it would just be in one larger bowl and it would all be together probably. But that would have gotten soggy before I got home to eat it probably, so I didn't do that. And then also you get all of these add-ons, so incredibly fresh. So there's lettuce. Oh, that's not looking as fresh, but again, it's been waiting around for me. Some Thai basil, right? Thai, I'm assuming this is a Thai chili pepper, which I will not be needing. I mean, if you wanted it spicy, you could. It's a beautiful little pepper. Maybe I'll put it in my next stir fry or something, but for me, this would be a bit much. Besides, you get chili paste and then whatever this sauce is, like a hoisin sauce, and a piece of lime. So that all comes along with it as well. So, I mean, imagine you get all that. And then on the side, I ordered, because I forgot last time, this is a vegan barbecue pork bun. So I'm going to just bust into that. Look at this cute little bun that it's on here. This cute little plate. Oh, you've been taking a break from makeup for a bit? We'd be doing more for Halloween season. Oh, that's a great time to start again. Sure. So I probably want to start with this quote unquote pork bun because I have great curiosity about this. This is that super spongy white kind of steam bun, that usually has like red barbecue pork in it. And then I don't even know what these are, but I was standing inside the store in the restaurant waiting for the takeout order to be ready. And I found myself staring at bags of these like large crispy items. Here's a little ASMR for you. Those are my real nails, by the way, no plastic. And so I finally asked the lady, like, how much are these? And she said $4. I did not ask her what they were, but I just said, I'll take one of those. This looks to have banana slices embedded in it. And this one has, oops, and they're fragile. So I'll be eating, this is a crunchy thing today. It was intact when I bought it, but it started breaking as soon as I tried to take it home. So there's a bunch of cracks and stuff. Oh my gosh, that's delicious. So it has a bunch of like seeds, black sesame in it. But this one looks like it has bananas. Isn't that interesting? Let me turn this one over. On the back, it just looks like a big, giant rice cracker. And on the other side, I swear those look like banana slices, but I can't be sure. Again, this is what I love about going to something like a vegan restaurant, is that I feel confident ordering anything in there and not going, does that have pork in it? Or, are you cooking these with lard or whatever? Because these people are not only, vegans. You can tell from the music that plays in there and stuff that they're very religious. Like there's religious reasons. So I feel confident that, they're not going to mess around with stuff like that. Well, welcome in, Barbs. Oh, and then the last little thing here I actually got from a Chinese bakery. And it's a coconut tart. It's like an egg tart. You can see the back of it is kind of like got that little pie crust thing. But instead of an egg tart, I thought a coconut tart was fun. This was a shop that I stopped into. It's actually called Bread House. It's in our Chinatown, and I was looking for some mooncakes. And as I mentioned at the top of the stream, it was really crowded around the bakeries that had mooncakes. The official date of the Moon Festival or Mid-Autumn Festival is Tuesday. And although it was celebrated in Chinatown yesterday, and I thought things would be less crowded, people must be stocking up on mooncakes to bring home because, man, there was one shop, the shop next to this, that had like two lines. They split, out the front door, and then they went in both directions all the way down the block. So basically it was like a block long double, line. And I didn't have time to get in it, nor did I expect there to be any mooncakes left when I got in there. So I asked in this shop, they had some ones called mixed nuts, and I was real interested in that, but they didn't have the ones without the duck egg yolks in, which I'm not a fan. So, and mooncakes are pretty expensive. So I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna wait till next week. We'll do it next week. So in the meantime, though, I'm like, well, now I also bought fruits and vegetables, because I needed that. I thought, while I'm here, right, let's get some wonderful lunch. All right, this is weird, but I'm just stabbing this with my chopstick so this possibly I can break it in half. And, you know, Mr. Oolong can have this half of this too. All right, ready for the big reveal? Oh, it's so funny that the song is called Freshly Baked Bread right now. There's the inside of the bun. Get it up there. I admit that doesn't look very much like barbecue pork, but of course I am totally fine with that. I see mushrooms. I see carrots. Oops. Let me just set that there for a second. There were 2 sauces that came along with my dish here. One I already know very well. It's looks like, here I'll stir it a little bit. It looks like a chili paste, but it's actually like chock full of lemongrass as well, and I absolutely love this stuff. If they sold a jar of this, I would buy it and probably put it on most of my food, like every time I have ramen or anything like that. So I'll open that right now. And then this other sauce, I'm actually not sure what it is. Let me give it a little taste. I'm wondering if it's like a hoisin sauce or... Yeah, and I'm thinking... I don't know. That's usually on the table in the restaurant, but I was thinking that maybe it was meant to go along with this bun. And even if it wasn't, like, I'm going to go ahead and put some on. Because the bread part, I'll be honest, is usually just too plain for me. It just feels like eating cotton ball or something. So let's start with, put a little sauce on there. This bread is so sticky, by the way. Just coming off on my hands. I don't know if I've ever had a pork bun. Because I stopped eating meat at the age of like 18. And I lived on the East Coast and really, we had regular Chinese food, like what you'd think of as American Chinese food. But I had never even had Japanese food by the time I stopped eating meat. So I'm pretty sure I'd never had a pork bun. So I don't really know what I'm talking about. Like, what would it be like? It looks so good. Yeah, it's actually quite good. It's got, at least it's got a good amount of filling in it. I also just bit into a piece of ginger, which, you know, we love. So even though I'm not a fan of this steamed white bread, like, why couldn't they even put any whole wheat flour in it? You know, I don't mean this restaurant in particular, but just, you know, in general. Even though I'm not a fan of that, I would still eat this as like a little sandwich, or because it's pretty generously filled. Okay, I am feeling a little dry though. It just makes you feel like your mouth is dry when you eat it. It's just kind of a dry, even though it's steamed and sticky, it's still kind of cottony. So I'm going to go ahead and have this life-giving soup here, which of course has gotten kind of cold since we were sitting here talking, but that's okay. It's a hot day. So the soup is like it does have some oil floating around in it. I think it might be from this. This is yuba. You guys know what yuba is? It's like bean curd skin. So basically it's a soybean product. And I think it's usually fried. So that's probably what's putting the oil in the soup here. But there's a lot of veggies. There's cabbage, broccoli, mushrooms that were clearly just put in raw and then just, you know, boiled in the soup. Carrot. Big pieces of carrot. Other pieces of cabbage. Let me have one of those. Sorry, I just turned my mic off for just a second. And there's also some herbs in here that make it taste really fresh. So even though it's like kind of, you know, lukewarm at this point, it still has a really refreshing like flavor to it. So this whole thing, and then all of the lettuce and things just really provide a lot of hydration to the, what would actually otherwise be a dry noodle. Mr. Oolong just got back from the grocery store, so there's going to be a little bit of unpacking noises and stuff. But I was just telling him about the half a vegan pork bun, which really doesn't seem like pork, but it's pretty tasty. I was just telling him he can have half of the bun. So yeah, so far it's all good. And then we've got this really good cold brew tea. Oh, hey, Fleur Artiste, welcome in. How are you? Remember 2 weeks ago when I said I had had a really great meal at the vegan Vietnamese restaurant in Chinatown? I picked up some of that and brought it home because I hadn't had lunch. And that's what I was just sort of digging into along with my cold brew tea. So good to see you. How's it going? Yeah, so I even got the same dish again. Although, you know, it doesn't benefit from sitting around for a couple hours. I don't even care. And then this is the, what they call the barbecue pork bun. But it's really just vegetable stuff, but it's great. It's pretty good. And then I'm just dipping it in the whatever sort of hoisin-like sauce that they have, although it has a little bit of spice to it. So yeah, eating my lunch on stream. I haven't even started with this. And these are the two teas. So this is a cold brewed green, well, it's always green, Baozhong, Wensan Baozhong, which is a Taiwanese very green oolong. And then this is a honey oolong, which is more of a medium, you know, somewhat oxidized bug-bitten oolong. And I just made them in these jars in the refrigerator overnight. So that's pretty much what we've done so far. And it is all very delicious. I might go reheat my soup a little bit. Have you seen these? Do you know what these are? These were also at the restaurant and I bought them, and they're just like big crackers. So I was standing inside the restaurant waiting for my takeout order they were so busy today. Of course, it was like noon. Yeah, it was noon that I was in there. Last time we went, it was like 2:30 or something, and so they weren't as busy. Yeah, I guess it is kind of like a lavash. It's very crispy. Lavash isn't a Vietnamese thing, is it? That's very mildly sweet and has seeds in it. And then the other one really looks like it has banana slices, I'm guessing. This one's a little more durable. Yeah, I had never seen anything like this one. So I got both of them for $4. So now I'm just kind of eating my food here. In a little while, we can do some more wax sealing. I think I'm gonna open a package off camera for a second. Yeah, the second one looked like papadum to me. Yeah, I thought so too, but it's thicker than that. This one in texture actually reminds me more of papadum. Yeah, the seed one. And then this one is quite a bit thicker. So I had ordered, I'm just going to open this off screen and make sure that it's off camera to make sure that it's what I think it is. Yeah, I thought lavash was Middle Eastern, but it also seems to be so popular in Hawaii for some reason. And you know what? Now that I think about it, what's the name of the bakery that bakes for the Bale restaurants here? Anyway, they also make lavash, and that is a Vietnamese restaurant. So maybe there's a connection there that I'm just not, aware of. Latour, thank you. Yeah, so they make lavash too, right? I was saying that I'm not a fan of this white steam bread stuff, that usually pork buns are made of. And I also don't eat pork, so this might be the first one of these buns that I've had in, I don't know, forever. But this is as well executed, that concept, as I have ever had. Mostly because it has a lot of filling in it. So yeah, for those of you who are just joining, they called this a dry rice noodle, and that's because it doesn't have soup in it. It's not soup, but then you get soup. You get a generous amount of soup on the side, which last time I ordered it, I didn't realize. So I thought I was just basically getting this. And then the lady brought out the soup and these, all of these greens and stuff that go with it, and I thought maybe they weren't for me, so I said oh, does that all come with mine? And she said, oh yeah, combo or something. So I was like, wow, okay. All right, while I chew that, I'm gonna open my package, which at first was going to be here by now, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and now it is. So we actually have another wax seal that we can use today. And maybe I'll just try this one multiple times and, with different colors and things, and focus on this one. It was described as something like magic sword with bee. If I could just hold it still, maybe you could get a good look. Here we go. And there's a rose on it, so it's magic sword with bee and rose. Although I don't think bees have wings that long. But anyway, I liked it because it was an irregular shape. It's not round. Of course, it came with its own handle. It seems like they all do if you just order one. So maybe we can use that one today. If we get to it. I hope we'll get there. My friend used to make lavash from scratch back in high school and give it to us at Christmas. Yeah, see, it's really, and when you go to buy it from Latour Bakery or something, it seems really expensive to me for what it is. But maybe it's really labor intensive to make or something. I imagine it probably is. So yeah, it's just so popular, right? All right, I'm gonna try digging into these noodles, although I think I've had them, on my table for so long since I reheated them that they're probably hopelessly stuck together, but we'll just do what we can. And as I push it aside here, you can see all the chives and stuff that are down here. I do think I might, and bean sprouts underneath. Just don't know if you can see all of that. I might need to put my soup in the microwave again just for a moment so that it's not just tepid. Okay, so the rice noodles underneath are not as stuck together as the ones on the top. There we go. That was some rice noodles and some bean sprouts. So that was just sort of a plain watery flavor. But still just nice and savory. I got a couple of chives or something in with it. I think the thing that makes this smell so good is probably all these fried shallots on the top. I was really kind of surprised and impressed by these vegetarian wontons. Well, I have to put my head in the camera if I want to eat over the bowl. Oh, there's a focus. Yeah. But I really, really enjoyed this soup. And in fact, I'm just going to bring that over closer because what I was doing when I was actually eating it was just like bringing, you know, I was sort of trading back and forth between the bowls. Like this actually went well better in the soup than just by itself. And then I could bring over like a piece of broccoli or, you know, just have some of the broth in between. You love veggie wontons or potstickers, but they're hard to find at grocery stores. Yeah, they're not even the easiest thing to find here. I think Korean markets sometimes have them. I mean, even here, I think it's hard to find one that isn't like chicken and veggie or something, you know, it's just veggie. There used to be a Korean grocery store in town. This is so hopelessly stuck together here. There used to be a Korean grocery store in town that had a really good freezer section. I mean, it certainly wasn't fancy or anything. It was very sort of a rustic grocery store, that's for sure. I'm talking about the 88 Market for anyone who lives around here. Oh, now I have a hiccup. Great. But they have, you know, sometimes they had an amazing selection of different kinds of frozen dumplings and stuff. So sometimes you would go in there and there would be like veggie buns. And there would, you know, it would be a huge bag of them. So you'd have to commit to buying, you know, I forget what it was, 24 veggie buns or something. But man, were they good. All right, I guess I'm going to eat this whole thing of noodles here. Maybe if I dip it in the soup. Here we go. That made it more flexible. Fish those back out of there. It's all good. I would really prefer to put some of this sauce in here too, though. So let's take a very quick break so that I can heat my soup up again a little bit. And then I'll, you know, mix it together properly, or the way I would normally, I think, eat it. Although I'm not really sure how it's supposed to be eaten. But I think I will also put this business right here into the soup once it's hot again. Because I did discover that that tastes better in the soup than, it's a little tough if you just try to eat it the way it is. It's a, I think it's a fried piece of yuba. And so when you try to chew it, it's just kind of oily and chewy. But I noticed that once I put it in the soup, it was good. So I will be right back. I'm just going to pop my soup in the microwave for 1 minute. It's easy to make veggie wontons and freeze extras that are not cooked. Then when you want it just cooked from frozen. Oh yeah, that sounds great. Mm. Well, when I said that this didn't have much flavor, I got a mouthful of black pepper. I'm not sure where that came from, but there's a lot of flavor on there. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go to BRB just for a minute. Literally, well, let's go 90 seconds so I can run an ad so that folks are able to join quickly and easily if they want to. And I will be right back, 90 seconds, and then I'll be back with some hot soup and food, and then shouldn't need to take a break for a little while. Maybe you all can just stand up and stretch or get water, whatever you need, and I will be right back. Hey, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I guess that was probably 2 minutes or so because I did microwave a couple of items for a minute apiece. Hey, welcome in Ender Live. Have No Fear Crow is here, and I'm here with a chest binder and some new hyperfixations. Well, that's interesting. Right now, we're fixated on all of this Vietnamese food that I've got that's vegan Vietnamese food. So I hope everybody's fed. Otherwise, this probably will make you super hungry. I apologize for that. So this is the Baozhong tea. And you can see it's a very beautiful, light, golden color. It is technically a green oolong tea, but it's on the very light side. I can't seem to get this to lie flat. This runner has a bump right here. So I'm having a hard time with any coaster or cup that I put there. It's just like wanting to kind of tip over. Yeah, no, nothing can sit there flat. All right, let's try that. And then this one here is the honey oolong tea. Great. Okay. Okay, so getting back to this, Mr. Oolong does not want the vegan pork bun right now, so I guess we can just leave that here. And I was about to put some of this delicious seasoning paste into my noodles, although it could also go into the soup. I don't know, it's kind of hard to choose. Could go either way. Wonder if I can move these out of the way so I don't knock them over. Or I'll move the food over this way. I'll move myself over this way. Okay. I think we're safe now from the chopstick hand. Oh yeah, so I was also going to put these into the soup, which benefits everyone. If I sat here and ate all of this on stream, I think I'm a very slow eater, even when I'm not talking. I think it would just take all day, so we're probably not going to do that. Haven't been here in a bit, so if you need, I'll explain. Oh, I do know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, nice to have you back. Do you go by Crow or do you go by Ender? I'm not sure why it said Crow earlier. All right, so I'm adding a little bit of the, I'm gonna call it lemongrass paste for lack of a better description. It looks like chili garlic paste that you would get, you know, at a lot of these restaurants, but this one really has more of a lemongrass flavor to it. Also, now I've kind of microwaved the daylights out of these meat substitutes, so I'm probably going to put them in the soup as I go along too. I don't know if you can see that; it's looking a little dry now. Crow, that's right. Okay, so I'll try to remember that, or I think I'm able to make a note of it in my somewhere in my settings, but I've noticed that when I do that, the note doesn't show up anyway, so I just have to memorize, but that's okay. It's not like a stream that has 2,000 people coming in, so it's fine. I think I can remember. Anyway, welcome in, Crow. Just another blowhard? There is definitely tea here. I'm just not preparing it on stream because it is a cold brewed tea that had to sit in the refrigerator overnight. So I wasn't able to, you know, we're not going to stream overnight in the fridge. I mean, I don't know if that's possible, I suppose. But so this is tea that I cold brewed in the fridge overnight. 2 kinds of oolong tea. And yeah. So the tea section is over here today. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more food than usual. Well, food as opposed to, you know, just desserts or snacks. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get through all of this because it is a lot, but I wanted to at least show you guys what meal I was raving about 2 weeks ago from our local vegan Vietnamese restaurant. Why is that so hard to say? Vegan Vietnamese. I have trouble with it anyway. What happened to the wax stamps? Well, all of that stuff is off over here where you can't really see. And I was definitely hoping to still get to those. So I got a new stamp today. And it literally just came in the mail while I was sitting here. Mr. Oolong brought it up from downstairs. So I am hoping to get to that, which is another reason why I probably won't be able to eat all of this food because, like, I'm the slowest eater. So it would be, you know, a good hour of just sitting here not talking or eating, which, you know, I know you all don't come here for that. but I'm going to eat some of it. I know Yo Erica well. Just another blowhard. I think she stopped in here last week to visit here and said that she was taking some time off, I think. So yes, I miss her streams too. It is pretty fun when she stops by though, because her personality as a chatter in chat is very similar to what it is, you know, as a streamer. So her chats are very interesting. Oh, have I heard from you, Erica? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, have I heard of her? Yeah. Yeah, I think she stopped in last week. I feel like it was last week. It's possible that it was the week before that. What is this here? There's a little slice of something. I mean, it looks like it could be ginger, but I don't think it is. No. Some little meat substitute thing. Okay, and the other thing that we're missing here, of course, is getting any of this fresh basil in here. Starting to brown a little bit. It was not brown when I got it, so let me pluck off some of this and put that in the bowl as well. Yeah, I know. So I know Luke and Erica went to Japan and that they're back already. And when she was here last week or whenever the most recent time, and she said something about taking some time off from streaming. I'm going to go ahead and squeeze the little piece of lime that they gave me as well, because I know I'll enjoy that. No reason not to. Oh, okay, Fleur Artiste. I'll go over the teas again in just a second. Yeah, not vegan, but that all looks so good. Yeah, it is. It's as good as. I don't know. What am I? I was gonna say it's as good as I say it is. Yeah, it is. It's really good. The things that you see here that look like meat are just, you know, meat substitutes. I'm gonna mix in a whole bunch of basil, so things are gonna get more green in a second here. Lettuce did come also on this side garnishes that they gave me, but I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with the lettuce, to be honest. Am I supposed to put it in my noodles or just eat it? But they do definitely give you a lot of good greens. So the only downside to bringing it home is that the noodles do clump up pretty bad, because they're rice noodles and there's not really sauce on them per se. This is the dry style, and then the soup is on the side, right? So, you know, they do stick together pretty bad. Okay, let's go over the teas. So, this is here, I'll get the cards that went along with it. Oh, okay, thanks for the lurk, Crow, no problem. So this one here, I made these in these jumbo jam jars. This is a competition grade Baozhong tea, which is a very light green oolong tea. By light, I mean, well, I mean, yes, it comes out light in color when you make it, but also, I mean, if not, it may be completely unoxidized or almost completely, but anyway, it's on the greenish, it's the greenest of the green oolong without just being a straight up green tea, if that makes sense. And then this one here, trying to get it so you can see it. This is a honey oolong. And so it is a medium oolong tea. It's I think it's a little bit higher oxidized, and it's a bug bitten tea, so it has that really sweet honey-like character to it. The amazing thing about cold brewing teas is that, so a honey oolong, if you brew it hot, it does have a little edge to it. It's a little bit astringent. It can be seem a little bit strong. I feel it from my stomach. Even I have to be a little bit more careful with how much of it I'm drinking, or how fast I drink it, or how strong I make it. Really is what it's about. And cold brew, none of those concerns seem to be there. Like, it just comes out very sweet and mild. Yeah, it is very tasty. And I think you missed the part where I said I made these two. We had a potluck at work recently, and nobody said they were bringing beverages, but it was like a breakfast thing where somebody was bringing like scones or donuts or something. So I brought 2-liter containers of these two teas. So, 2 liters of each one. And all I did was throw them in the refrigerator overnight, and I just tried to pick, decent looking containers. And everyone was like, wow, this is amazing. So tea brewing doesn't have to be labor intensive or fancy. It literally just takes water at almost any temperature. Mm-hmm. Now the basil just adds like this whole extra green dimension. Oh, hey, Dead Chrome, welcome in. We're having some lunch before we get to hobby time. Although at 3:30, I don't know if you still call it lunch or. I tend to call it. Oh, there is some tea.
You took an arrow to the knee, have tea. Oh, tea.
Welcome in, Apex Agent and friends. How are you guys? Good to see you. Hi. Excuse me. I've been eating lunch on stream. And we're not even like really started. We're just still chatting a lot. But thank you for coming in. How was your stream? I'm sorry I completely missed it. I think I was either literally out at Chinatown getting stuff, or I was getting ready for stream. So I saw that you were streaming, but I missed it. So you Dolly didn't die. That's good. Welcome in, Sailor Faye. And Crazy Playa 14. Oh, I remember you. Oh, Blitz totally didn't die. You guys with your hashtags, you're funny. Well, welcome in. I hope you like Vietnamese food. Or I hope you like looking at it, because that's what we're currently doing. But I'm having it along with some cold brew teas that I made overnight in the refrigerator in a giant jam jar. So I was just talking about how uncomplicated it can be to make really delicious tea. So this is a Baozhong tea, which is a very green oolong, very, very not oxidized really at all, or roasted or anything, minimally processed. And then this is a honey oolong, which, yeah, the leaves are still in there. We had fun doing more Shadowrun stuff. One of our team members totally ran out of HP on the last turn of combat. Oh, game glitched and he's alive at our hideout. Oh, fun. So yeah, for the cold brewing, this is the result. The Baozhong on the left and the honey oolong on the right. And so I suppose you could heat these up as well, and have a very mellow style of hot tea. But I'm having them what was cold and is now kind of room temperature, along with my vegan Vietnamese food. Remember a couple weeks ago I was talking about this amazing dish I had at this little hole-in-the-wall restaurant? I got it again. I really wanted to go get it last week, and we didn't make it over there in time, or I forget what happened. Oh, I didn't feel well. Dang it. That's what happened. But today I was out in Chinatown looking for mooncakes and not getting any. And I was like, I can grab lunch on the way home. So this is what I was just talking about. And this is I think it's called rice noodle. I mean, unless somebody can translate Vietnamese off their menu, that would be awesome. But basically it was called rice noodle. And then you had your choice of like regular or dry. And this is the dry one, but it comes with soup anyway. Bun is rice noodle. Yeah. So it's number 28 on their menu, if that helps anybody. I can probably pull it up and show you. But the soup comes with it, and I was talking about how amazing the vegetable broth is. And so I think normally this would just all come in a big bowl of soup together. And then on the side, you get the lettuce and basil, half of which I just tore up and put in here. A piece of lime. I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to do with the lettuce, to be honest. But yes, it's definitely rice noodles. It just, the menu was not descriptive. And today, I ordered it dry because I was going to bring it home. And it was going to have to sit for a while. So, some of the contents of here has already ended up in the soup here. And I think that probably could go both ways. But normally, maybe it would all be together when you get it. I'm not sure. But some of the soup could definitely be added to loosen up the noodles, which are kind of all one piece at this point. And then for the first time, I also tried what they're calling a barbecue pork bun. Of course, it's not pork. It doesn't even really resemble pork inside, but it's really good if you like this kind of steamed white bun. And then while I was waiting for my takeout order to be ready, they were so busy. I was there for quite a long time, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But while I was waiting, I saw these up at the register, and I asked if I could, how much were they and could I buy these? And so I think they're lavash, maybe. Very, very crunchy, very... But you know what? I'm going to break into this one because I still didn't. It's very cool looking. And I'm really not sure what it is, but it looks like it has banana slices in it. So yeah, I recommend these buns if you like the white spongy kind of steam bread, which, you know, I'm still not entirely sure that I do, but this one's really well made. It's delicious inside. Like a nice veggie egg roll or something. Crunch. All right, ready for the snap? Okay. Let's see what that tastes like. It's just so fascinating to look at. Okay, this feels like it's absorbing moisture from the air. Maybe a little bit. You could eat steamed buns all day. I'm a baked bun person. Like I don't really love this texture, but the filling is so well done that I was like, yeah, I could eat this. I could eat this instead of a sandwich or something. This has an oddly smoky flavor to it. I never expected that. And then on the top is just the thinnest slice of what I think is banana that I've ever seen. To imagine somebody laying all those slices of banana out by hand, because you know you did that. You know somebody did that. It's amazing. The effort. I'll remember to give you my baked buns and trade if we ever get the chance. That, yeah, I'm kind of a, if I had to choose, yeah, it would be the baked ones for sure. All right. I don't think I'm gonna get much eating done, to be honest. But I'm gonna make a go of it for another 20 minutes or so while we chat. And then whatever I don't eat, I'll put back in the fridge and probably be my dinner later on. And then we can do some wax sealing if everyone's still into it. And then I also have another question for you guys, although I know some of our regulars are not able to be here today. If you guys didn't hear, Cereal and Blueberry are in the middle of a big move, intrastate move, so I did not expect to see them today. And usually I take their requests, and everything into high consideration, if you know what I mean. I'm putting a little bit of this lemongrass sauce on here too. Yeah, Apex. So the last couple times they've been with us, they've been like packing at the same time. They're trying to watch or help out. I mean, that's dedication, I found a peanut. There's some peanuts down in here. Some fried tofu, which last time I just tossed in the soup and I found it was better that way. Got some fried wontons, and then these are all meat substitutes. This was surprisingly my favorite one last time because it's full of peppercorns. I love black pepper. And then these are just like little sausages. They're getting pretty dried out right now. So anyway, my question was, are you all still like into the wax sealing? Or should I mean, not today, but maybe, starting next week or the week after. I do have a book that I would be interested to read. I used to think of this as my favorite book. This isn't a fancy edition or anything. In fact, I think this might be like the Reader's Digest edition or something like that, but it does have some nice illustrations and stuff in it. Have you guys heard of this? A Tree Grows in Brooklyn? I know some of you have, because I think Texas looked up the fact that it's in the public domain now, so it's okay to read on a stream like this. Gosh, I just thought of something that makes this very relevant, which again, I actually don't mind talking politics, by the way, so there's no rule on this channel that like you can't talk about anything political, but I just thought of a tie-in, I guess, with things that are going on. This is a story about immigrants to this country, and it's funny because I was thinking the same thing while these folks were making my food at the Vietnamese restaurant. There were 3 or 4 people in there, mostly women, but then like a young man came in too, who's probably related to the family, and I was just sitting there going, immigrants work hard, y'all. They work hard to make it in this country. And maybe that's all I need to say, but that's what this book is about as well. And it's a book about like German immigrants and Irish immigrants. And in my family history, not that I'm like very connected to my family, but this book reminded me of my own parents when I was growing up, or I guess I should say their families going back a generation or two. And oh yeah, I've read books on this stream before, Apex. I don't think I've put them on YouTube or anything though, so you don't have access to the VODs, but I will one day. I've saved all those recordings, and I've read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, and then before that, one of my favorite absolutely antique books, like a fancy antique book, called The Story of King Sylvain and Queen Aimée. I just don't know how many streams it would take me to read this whole book, is the thing. The other ones were fairly short. Yeah, this is a Reader's Digest edition. But it's an amazing story. It takes place in like I forget if it's like the 1910s or 1920s or 1908s or whatever. 1908s. The 19 Anyway, you get the early part of the 20th century. Some of you have heard of the book and some have not. Yeah. Folks had to push hard to make ends meet without a support system here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, like I said, I want to say that because there's a lot of stuff going around politically. I don't know if you've heard about it. You know, I don't really care to explain if you don't know what I'm talking about, but if you know, you know. And immigrants work really hard. And so it's funny that I would pick that book, but I've just been thinking of it for a while because, before, even though, The Lord of the Rings is an amazing book and all of the other books that I have, I used to consider that my favorite book. So that I think says something about it. It's just a very interesting story. As I keep wanting to take a bite of these, I'm like, I'm gonna put some more of this lemongrass sauce on here. Yeah. So let me just see if I can detangle enough to take a bite without like the whole bowl having to go in my mouth at the same time. Because one thing I don't like to do is overload my... I don't like that feeling of like I took too big of a bite. Now I have to, especially when I'm trying to talk, right? Now I have to just chew for 5 minutes and I can't be done with it. Okay, here's a bite. Yep, I love rice noodles. I really do. I never get tired of them. Okay, so crow is related to, or has Greeks, German, Irish, Brits. Yeah. And yes, here in Hawaii, there's a lot of people who are recent immigrants or, in the last generation or two. These folks that served me this amazing food today, they are clearly, I guess I can't make any assumptions, but it sure seemed like they're first generation immigrants, and Hawaii has a lot of those folks too. And I guess anyone who works in the restaurant industry is already working their absolute tail off, right? But I just really felt it. And the other thing that happened was they were very gracious about being busy, and they were very gracious to me, like for having to wait for my food. After a while, they pulled out a chair for me to sit in. They were just very welcoming, and Apex's grandparents are immigrants. Mm-hmm. I think for me, I didn't know my grandparents very well, but I would think that it was probably my great-grandparents who were the immigrants. On both sides, probably. Yep. I can't decide which of these teas goes better with the food. Like, they're both equally good. A little different from each other, but equally good. Let me see if I can find is there a description of this book? There's probably one online. There's nothing in the... It's also about growing up poor, also. And then obviously it's about growing up in Brooklyn. But anyway, if you guys want to, you can like Google it, see if it sounds like something you'd be interested in. The size of that book I'm looking at, I think it would take me at least 2 streams, probably 3 streams. So maybe I'll save that for cozy season whenever that gets here, and have it more like with hot tea, kind of like the BRB screen, right? Kind of like this vibe. But if you have a request, it may not be a book that I own. But anyway, yeah. I also have Aesop's Fables. I have a bunch of different. I could also do Lupe Goes to School, which is just an ancient book on my shelf that I've had for ages. I'll think about it, but as far as like books that I really have always thought of as my favorite books, Tree Grows in Brooklyn is right up there. And it's probably because I'm from the East Coast as well that I can relate more. And Crow is related to Johnny Cash. Well, that's interesting. All right, I'm just going to pick at this food a little bit more, but let's say in 15 minutes we can go to the wax sealing portion of the program. You can't see it, but I've already got everything over here. I just will need to like bring it in here and set it up. This is very delicious, but it would actually, you know, take a little bit more concentrated eating to be able to really make a dent. Oh, this is so crisp and snappy. I don't know why that's saying really crunchy, but it's great that it is. Oh, and the other thing I do have is this little coconut tart. So I can probably just set that aside and have later. I mean, on stream, not later, like tomorrow. Oh, May's here too. Welcome in, May. Oh, you know what I forgot to do because I don't have mods, Apex, is to shout out Apex Agent 326. So let me do that. Apologies. We are understaffed today. I think I got it working though. No. Yes. I was just slow. So there's Apex making finger guns. Hey. And then Caparius is May. I hope I'm saying that right. Thanks, May. Yeah, we've got vegan Vietnamese food today. And I'm probably going to have to put it aside very soon and just set out the wax sealing stuff. There's no way everything's going to fit here, but I'm also still enjoying the cold brew teas very much. So I've got soup with all kinds of veggies in it, and then I've got, which I'm going to mix a little bit into my noodles here, and then I've got rice noodles with fake meats is what I call them. Fake meats, meat substitutes. But so many other things besides. And it's absolutely delicious. And I'm just having a hard time getting hold of, you know, less than a giant bite. Would you guys normally have something like this with the soup, or You know, do you eat it separately like this too? Oh, this coconut. This is a coconut tart. It's like an egg tart, you know, the little Chinese egg tarts. So this is the only thing I didn't get at that Vietnamese restaurant. All right, you convinced me. I'll have some of this. Yeah, so I don't know if you were here when I was saying that. When I got it 2 weeks ago, I ordered it. It's just called like rice noodle, again in English. And then you have the option of regular or dry. And the picture wasn't super helpful, so I ordered it dry, and I thought I was just going to get basically this. But then, you know, the lady, the owner or the family member, whoever was serving us, brought out the soup first and then these, you know, the greens and things that came with. And I thought, oh, those must be for someone else. And so I actually said, like, is that for me? And she said, yes, combo. And I was like, oh, cool. I didn't know I was getting a combo. So it, you know, I enjoyed eating it separately, but part of me was like, okay, if this is the dry version, then what's the regular version? And I'm thinking just based on, you know, pho and other types of things, that maybe it's just all together in one bowl, like a big giant soup. But I knew I definitely wanted to order it this way for takeout, because I think it would have been it got, you know, soggy, because rice noodles aren't, I mean, they're pretty durable or whatever you call it, but they wouldn't stay, you know, it's been hours since I got this, so they wouldn't stay good in a soup for this long. It would have just been, I don't know, I shudder to think how the soup would have been at this point. Anyways, let's try this little coconut tart. So it's kind of like this little pastry on the bottom. Looks like it was pressed into a little thing. And normally I think this would be an egg tart. Oh, Crow says I'd have it the same way. You have it, but I keep everything from... Oh, yeah, you don't like it touching. Yeah. Mr. Oolong, I think, is kind of the same way, but that's also probably because he's allergic to a lot of things, so he likes to have his food, like,
a few moments later.
Oh. Yes, getting into those redeems. Check them out. Okay, so see if I can just break it in half, maybe? No, I think I need to just maybe nibble on this edge here. It's very yellow. But it does feel like it's mostly coconut in there. It feels like it's held together by a little bit of egg or something like that. I like it. It's not as strong a coconut flavor as like a Mounds bar or something like that. And there's definitely the taste of the pastry, the little pie crust underneath it, you know? I don't think that, I know it looks more like a lemon or pineapple, but I think it's literally just colored yellow. I don't think that it's, I don't think there's a yellow flavor, if that makes sense. It's probably got egg or egg yolks in it. But other than that, I mean, honestly, the bright yellow color strikes me as like they just added yellow coloring to it. And it's also not as coconutty as I expected, but it's nice. It's kind of like a cross between an egg tart, which you guys have probably had those before, little Chinese egg custard tarts. It does have a little bit of that eggy flavor, so it's kind of like tastes like a cross between the egg tart and like a coconut pie. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to need a minute to pop my food into the refrigerator. I need to clear this off. I'll keep the things that like aren't gonna, like I'll keep this. The things that aren't going to, spoil, I guess, kind of just being left out. And then we can come out and do some of the wax sealing. You're definitely not 10%. I don't know what time it is where you are, Crow, but I don't know if there's time to remedy that or if you just need to go to sleep and start all over. All right, gang, sorry to do another break. I know I'm doing a little more frequent breaks today, but this should just take a couple minutes to just pop my food into the fridge. And then I'll be right back, and then we can just quickly set up and start doing a little wax sealing. So I'll be right back. Oh, the table looks pretty empty now. Let's rearrange. I can probably bring these giant crunchies over here a little bit. Will that work? I think it will. I might have to push everything back a scooch so that there's room for our hobby. Actually, that does not want to go back. Okay, we'll just manage. We'll just work around this. There we go. Snacks can be back here. Oh, you can sort of see them. Okay, that's fine. Bringing this forward a bit. I think that might work. Also, I usually zoom in just a little bit. One moment, please. Maybe just like that much. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. And this can just snuggle in over here. So I turned on the electric cat paw shaped wax warmer. Let me know if you can't hear me. Ugh, I can certainly hear that motorcycle. Some people, I swear. So today's card that we drew, our Woodland Warden's Oracle card, was the Duck and Chrysanthemum, which is for luck. So I hope you folks are ready for something lucky to happen to you, because it sounded like there was a good possibility. Of a fortunate turn of events, I think is what it said. Did you all see this last week? These are all the seals that I've made so far. I haven't made any that weren't on stream. They don't even all come out of there. So this is as many as we've made. I haven't gone back and colored in all the ones that would probably benefit from it since I got my metallic markers. That has made things a lot easier, I must say. But I did some. It's kind of ASMR kind of thing, just playing with them. I know I've had a couple people ask me what do I do with them or what do I plan to do with them, and I don't really have any plans yet. Someday I'll probably get rid of the ones that I don't feel like they turned out well, or that we don't really care for the way they turned out. But right now, each one of these is kind of a memory of us making it, on stream and how it turned out, or the learning process that went into it. Like with these clear ones, they were not turning out clear at first at all. So that was like a whole process of learning how to have them turn out properly. This one I made last week and I didn't like the way it turned out, just plain. And then I colored it in off stream, and it looks a lot better. Just as an example. And we sure had quite the time making these clear ones. Oop, they're so clear, they're hard to focus on now. Okay, so these are just going to be chilling in the background here. I should probably go ahead and light the candle, get that warming up. So one of the things I learned about this, what I thought was going to be a big improvement of this style of wax warmer that you put the candle in, I love how it has feet so that it's not resting right on the table. But when you have this candle that's liquid and you want to change it out because you're like at the bottom, you're at the end of the candle, you can't just dump it out of here. You can't get it out. So you have to wait until it hardens again so that you can dump it out like so. So that really kind of limits the usefulness of it. But for today, since we're not spending hours and hours probably on this, I took a brand new candle. And of course, you trim the wick down so that it doesn't make soot if possible. And I think, one candle will probably be enough for today. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know what you do. Otherwise, you do what I did last week, which was just get a whole different warmer that uses candles. So I have these agate slices. These are pretty cool. But I'm still kind of a fan of using these stones. Well, this one's ceramic. This is a stone. This is a granite or something. It's a very heavy coaster. Then we've got, kind of struggling with my little tea towel today. There we go. And I've got all the various silicone surfaces that are great when you want something to absolutely not stick. I did have, other than this seal, which, like I said, came in minutes ago in the mail, I did also order more of this hydrangea shaped wax, and it did arrive during the week. I'm not going to show it to you because the one I got is exactly like this. It's just another one. I couldn't resist because I really do like this wax. It seems to be a good quality. A lot of these are more matte colors. They're not shiny or metallic or glittery. And I like that also. It's a different look. So yeah, a whole other box of this was just $5. It was like 50% off. So I went ahead and ordered that, and I got it much earlier than I expected to. So that came in during the week, but there's no point in showing it to you because it's exactly like this. It's the same colors and everything. Okay, let me put out a few more tools and stuff. Also got these other types of wax here. Some cool handles. Oh yeah, I promised myself I would use a clean spoon today and not that one that I had been like trying to clean off for ages. So we've got a couple of clean spoons. Do you have my little scissors? Maybe I might try cutting something out today. Anyone, please let me know if the music is not loud enough to suit you or too loud or anything like that that needs to be addressed. Happy to do so. Here's my markers. Okay, I think I'll just go for the markers whenever it's time to use them. Another little sip of tea. It's cold brew tea. It's good at any temperature. I mean, I feel that way about all tea, but I do find that the cold brew tea is very mellow. Has an amazing aftertaste. I wonder if this would look good on this handle. Maybe, possibly. I think it's more of a question of whether it'll go onto this handle smoothly. The other thing about this handle is that the threads are not as good as some of the other handles, so Okay, I think that'll work. Looks pretty cool. Although it doesn't screw on absolutely square the way I would hope. You know what? That's not going to work. It's not going to be something I can hold and press down properly. So one moment, please. Let's try it on this doorknob style handle here. Oh, my spoons are getting hot. I can smell it. Oh, much better. There we go. Okay. Using just one seal, the only thing that we need to be concerned about, well, not the only thing, but a thing to potentially be concerned about is not letting it stay hot in between. Like, so if I'm doing 2 seals in a row, you think you could just go like stamp, stamp. But if it's too hot from the first one, I think all the details could melt a bit. That being said, here's what I'm thinking would probably look good with this one is a I'd like to start with maybe like a darker metallic wax. One reason I want to start with a dark wax is, I don't know if you can see how dark this design is. It looks almost like it was, I don't know if this is one of those laser carved seals or not, but it does have like dark residue in all the grooves of the design, and sometimes that can come out on the wax. So if you use a light colored wax, sometimes you can, you know, have, oh, it's not the end of the world, but you can have, you know, unfortunate dark residue come out. All right, let's just go with like a dark red metallic. It seems like a very sort of a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, like an old, like a medieval style. I'm also not sure, it's a smaller stamp. I'm not sure how much wax it's gonna need. So I'd like to start with these 4 pieces of wax and to see if that's like enough. And you can pour it in the right shape. Like I can pour this in like an oblong shape or a triangle shape or whatever, so that it's not necessarily like a big round blob and then just the stamp in the middle. But I'd like to see if 4 goes in, you know, far enough, if it's enough. And then in the other spoon over here, I can start putting some of this. Oh, this one actually has like a metallic wax too. But I was thinking maybe a matte wax might also be. And maybe I'll keep it a little bit on the darker side for now until we get all of the schmutz out of the seal. So I do feel like these hydrangea wax pieces are like 1.5 times the size of a quote-unquote normal one. So let me just maybe add one more as close as I can to the color. Thing is, it's not, it's metallic. Ah, not a big deal. Oh, one of these will do. This one looks almost kind of clear. All right, that'll be good though. Schmutz is actually a word that I do. I actually restrain myself from saying it as much as I'd like because people who aren't from the East Coast probably don't. I don't know if they don't know what it means or they just think it's weird. You know, it's not something they're used to hearing, right? I did grow up in the part of the country where I'm not Jewish, actually, but you know, so many people are Jewish there, and people just have those Yiddish words. as part of the conversation without even like really thinking. They're so descriptive. They're so, you know, they're so, gosh, evocative. Okay, here we go. We've already got a melted wax over here. So let's try pouring. The thing is, I think everything still has to scoot over more to the left because I'm going to knock over my... I wonder if I can just put my cups up here. Oh yeah, you guys can still see. All right, let's do that. And that will save me from bonking things and knocking cups on the floor. We don't want that. Okay, I'm going to pour this out and stamp it, and then I'll come back to your chats because I see some chats are happening. All right, I'm just pouring this in like an oblong shape and hoping it's not really a triangle or a square or anything. It's just kind of a oblong shape. Okay, so that answers my question. I think 4 pieces of the regular wax is probably enough. 5 would give a bigger blob. I forgot how cherry-like this color of wax is. I think I thought it was going to be more red, but it's really kind of a magenta. Very pretty. All right, I didn't get this spoon as clean as it could have been, but it's okay because we'll just make the... Ow! It's hot! We'll make the next wax, you know, work with it. I've heard it before. East Coaster, myself hailing from Florida, just live up north. Oh, Sailor Faye, yeah. It's strange. My father, who has practically nothing to do with Jewish folks, he'd throw those little things into his speech. Oh, I'm telling you, they're just really sort of evocative, almost like everybody knows what they mean or something. Oh, you like that? You like that Johnny Bailey track? Yeah. I heard it in the context of it meaning stuff, though. Mm-hmm. He'd tell me I'm to be today's schlep. Oh, did you Google it? Sailor Faye? Yeah, there's so many Yiddish words that, like I just sort of grew up knowing what they mean, even though I don't, you know, I don't know anybody who speaks Yiddish. It's just, they're just part of the, sprinkled into the, you know, local speech. Especially New York, although I didn't grow up in New York, but I went to school there, so I went to college there, so, you know, it's just things you would hear. All right, let's see how the first one went. I'm very curious as to how this looks. It could use a little bit more wax, but the whole impression was made. Oh, I think it's really kind of cool looking. It came out very clear, very sharp. Obviously, you gotta like take a marker or something and well, you don't have to, but you could highlight this with gold or something, and then it would be really, really great looking. Yeah, it's a well-made. This is the same company that made, I'll show you, I'll pull it out and I'll show you. Another stamp of mine that I thought that was a really good quality one. So I thought it was a pretty good chance that it was going to be a quality stamp, but yet they're not as expensive as some of the other, you know, really high quality stamps. It's probably half the cost of one of the ones that I have my eye on that's like $24, you know, so it's more like $12. Yeah. Oh, to check yourself. They're probably East Coast vernacular. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't think of that word. Similar to slang being created or new word adopted into languages. Fascinating to see the languages change before your eyes. Yeah, I learned there's an alternative way to sign possum the other day in American Sign Language. Modern day. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, Serial, welcome in. The big move is going well. But Wi-Fi isn't set up and sadly Signal isn't supporting the Twitch app enough to watch much, but I wanted to say hi and give hugs. I hope stream is a good one. Oh, it's so good to see you, Serial. Hope you guys are doing well. And I did not really expect you to be able to join. I know we certainly didn't even have Wi-Fi in our place when we moved. We had to wire it all up. So good to see you. I hope you two are doing well. How's Kitty? So far, so good. I just put all my food away, but I had like the best food. I just couldn't eat it all if I wanted to talk. And so I just put it away. But we do have some really interesting giant snacks over here. A giant snack and a smaller snack. But yeah, good to see you. I'm glad you guys made it over there. You made it to your destination. She handled the drive like a champ. Oh, that's great. If you don't mind me asking, like, how long of a drive are we talking about? I don't think I can resist putting some gold on this one while the other wax is melting. Yeah, I didn't know even ASL evolves, but I guess, you know, why not, right? Fun fact, and another reason why I love using Johnny Bailey's music so much, is that every time this song plays on my stream, and I do like it, and I leave it on my playlist, and every time this plays on my stream, and then I upload the video to YouTube, YouTube comments, or it says that I have a copyright. It's not an issue, and it doesn't keep, it says your channel is not affected, you know, but it points it out every single time. So there's someone out there that doesn't love me using this song, but I never remember to take it off the playlist either. Okay, I started off with gold and then I decided to put silver on it so that it would be a little more contrasty. Oh, bye, Sailor Faye. Sorry I missed your chat there. Got to dip for the night so I can work tomorrow. Have a good day at work tomorrow. It was a 7-hour drive with a couple breaks. Oh, okay. It's so cool, just like English does with new word. Be it skibbity or a new phrase, be cool to talk about it one more day. Exercise my brain in my second language a bit. Yeah, definitely. I enjoy that sort of thing. I'm headed off to make sure I'm ready for today. Have a good one. Yeah, good night, Bat Duck. Thanks for lurking. I didn't know you were here, but that's fine. Everyone's always, lurkers are definitely welcome on this channel. I pretty much expected, I would think. It's kind of a get ready for next week kind of a stream as it is. And then you were probably, I'm assuming, maybe on Apex's stream. So, you know, at some point you got to go do things. Okay, here's what this looks like now. With a little metallic on it. These are powders. Metallic powders. I have noticed that with the metallic markers that I have, it comes out sharper. So I never thought I was actually going to prefer the markers, but I kind of do. But it's still not bad. It's still kind of cool looking. So I'll show you one I did with the marker in a minute. This is wax is now ready to pour. I'll go ahead and pour it over here. Oh! Again, also not sure if I have the right amount of wax or if this is enough, but it is a smaller stamp. I'm just going to try to push it around with the spoon. Not sure if that's like a real move. This doesn't seem like enough wax. It really kind of isn't. Okay, I would add more wax to this. I'm not sure that I got, no, it definitely didn't. Okay, ooh, let's just let that cool. Let's let that disaster cool. And then we'll put the same wax back in the spoon and add some more. And that way I don't even have to clean the spoon, really. Oh, Odd Warrior Mom, that was where the meow came from? Welcome in. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Haven't talked to you in a while. We've kind of started doing different stuff on this stream. I mean, there's always tea every single time. That's non-negotiable. But, or some kind of tea-like beverage. Did I have tea last week or did I just have ginger beverages? I think I just had ginger beverages. So not technically tea, but you know, normally. And then now we've been doing wax sealing. I was just talking about going back to reading books. Okay, but that one was kind of a fail. You meowed. Back to school has been real busy. Oh, I imagine. Well, welcome in. Hope you can relax a little bit before your week gets started.
We've got plenty of snacks to choose from. What would you like?
Snacks. I straight up ate meal on the stream earlier, but we do still have some snacks. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on the stove, and I'm going to add a little bit more wax. Now I'm sorry that I didn't just use 3 of these. I used 2. And then I added another, and it still doesn't seem to have been enough. So I'm gonna add one more of this blue here. And that's probably gonna take a while to melt down, so let's move on. What was I gonna do? Oh, that's right, I was gonna show you the other stamp from the same manufacturer that I had really liked. And I just need to remember where it is. I think it's in this box. No, it's not going to be in this box because it's also an irregular shape stamp. And those are clearly all round. Oh, it's in my special box. Here we go. Yes, it's this one right here that my finger's pointing at. And it made some really nice, the design was really nice, came out real clear. And so, I don't know, sometimes you get high hopes for, you know, something of a similar, from the same manufacturer or of a similar style coming out the same quality. If you guys haven't seen this, these are some of my favorites. Right here. And so, yeah, it's from the same manufacturer as this one. So I think that was a pretty good call. So let's go ahead and add some more wax over here, and we can start another one. And then I will try whichever the next successful one that I get, I'll try coloring it with a pen. I mean, I really do like this highlight powder, but I don't know if you can see it, but it also leaves powder. Like, there's no way, it doesn't seem like there's any way to just put powder on the design itself and not have it get underneath or all over. And so it doesn't actually separate the lines from the background as much as I would have hoped. But it's still pretty, don't get me wrong. All right, so what are we gonna put over here? I've got some, I'm feeling like gold. Like a gold metallic. Something like that. So we've got a red, a dark blue. Oh, hey, Crow, You and I seem to have a lot in common, to be honest. I have Raynaud's, which is one of the reasons I live in Hawaii now and not in Denver anymore. And it hasn't bothered me in a long time. I have other things. I have other issues for sure. But my Raynaud's doesn't bother me too much. Oh yeah, no problem. Though, you got to do what you got to do. That's not an issue at all. But yeah, Denver was Denver's not, it's not freezing cold there all the time. Let's do purple. I think a lot of people do think that it's freezing cold all the time. It's not. The weather varies a lot. But I really suffered when I was there, when it was cold. It was a real problem. My hands and feet, numb like blocks of wood. And I used to teach jazzercise, and that was kind of a problem. If you can't feel your feet or hands, so I understand. But look there, mine would turn white, and then they would turn blue, and then they would turn red. But look, they're not white at all. They're just normal. Of course, it's a hot summer day. But yeah, I get you. Okay, gonna have a little more tea while we're waiting for that. Well, you're stuck in North Carolina, as you said. Plan on moving once. NC? I'm trying to think of what time zone you said. Yeah, so that's probably North Carolina. Planning on moving once I get. I'm just worried because here it gets like extremely cold. Yeah, it's a real problem. My mom also had it. She always used to just kind of shrug it off. So maybe hers wasn't as bad as mine. But it's funny that you would bring that up. I haven't thought about that in ages because it just is mostly not an issue here at all. But it is a major reason why we moved. I'm going to have some more of this coconut tart while we're waiting for melting to happen. So dry. Oh, yeah, Cyril. You guys have a great night. I bet it has been a long day. And I want to say bye while Signal allows it. I hope you have a wonderful week. Thanks. Best wishes to all three of you guys, including Junie here, the kitty cat. So I hope your move is going well as can be. It's a ton of work. Everyone knows that. So get a lot of rest. That was the other thing I noticed when we moved. Just exhausted for a while afterwards. So please make sure you stay hydrated and you get lots of rest. More than you think you need. And maybe we'll see you next week if you have Signal. Take care. Okay, this is like a metallic lavender with touches of red left over from before. Gonna try to pour it into the basic shape of the... So these irregular shaped seals are an interesting challenge. I like the challenge, but just like pouring the wax out in an appropriate shape. Oh, that's going to be lovely. I can already tell. Gorgeous. Yeah, so we were talking about Yiddish words earlier, and now they're all popping into my mind, things I haven't thought of in ages. Let's smear that out there. At some point you have to just go, the spoon's clean enough, no need to worry. Oh, look at, I've got wax on the outside of the burner. Let me grab my paper towels just a moment. See if I can wipe this off while the problem is it's hot. So let me take a hold of it with, like, this whole thing gets really hot. Oh yeah, as long as I wipe it while it's really hot and melted, it will come off. But it's hot, so you can't just like pick it up or hold it. All right, well, that's something. That's something. It's a start. Oh, dinner with mom. Welcome in. How are you? Come on in. We're doing some crafting. I had a bunch of meal earlier and then I put it away so we could have room to do some wax sealing. I just got a new seal in the last hour or two. Like, package just came in. So, which is cool because I was hoping we could focus on this one. I love it. It's an irregular shape and it's the description was something like magic sword with bee and rose. And I don't know if that's a bee, to be honest, but it's cool looking. So I thought, you know, I've got many other stamps, but I thought we could just focus on this one for a little bit and just make some. It does have to cool a little bit in between. And I do have tea over here. I've got 2 cold brew teas that I made overnight in the fridge. They're both oolongs. This is a very light oolong called Bao Zhong. And then this is looks like I've been drinking more. This is a medium oolong called Honey Oolong. And I just made them in like jam jars. Interestingly, this one looks like it's starting to ferment. Do you see that? The bubbles? That was not there at the beginning of stream. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, you just put it's because it's sitting here getting hot. My computer is actually the exhaust of my computer port is coming right out and probably warming this tea up. You guys know each other, that's right. That Texas Cryptid, dinner with mom. Let me clean this. Now this is all cooled off, so I've got some scrap wax here, which I just collect off on the side. Yeah, and then these interesting giant wafers, like lavash, I guess, maybe. Oh, okay. Well, I broke a big piece off that one. And then this one underneath, which is very interesting flavored. It's got banana slices all over it, like paper thin banana slices. And so I'm just sort of munching this now. That one stays crunchy. I really do enjoy that one. That's very tasty. Okay, this is mostly clean. Let's go ahead and pour out the blue wax, and hopefully it's enough. It definitely seems like more this time. I'm trying to pour it into the approximate shape of the stamp. Because otherwise, I kind of messed that up again. I wonder if it's the texture of this wax that's just a little harder to work with. We might have to make it again. In which case, I'm not sure if I should bother cleaning out the spoon. Let's see how it does. That wasn't entirely cool yet. I think I'm going to make it one more time. You know how I am. Perfectionist. I moved the stamp, and so it just kind of mushed. All right, back we go. One more time. We got 2 good ones, though. Yeah, Crow. So anyway, I'm sorry I missed your chat there about it, but yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem when you live somewhere that has winter weather. Something I dealt with maybe, when did I start becoming aware of it? Maybe my teen years and beyond. So I probably really struggled with it until I was about 40-ish, and then we decided to move to Hawaii. So no, it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a thing. Okay, let's look at our purple one. I did Google what those were. Oh, your mom's a culinary teacher, and it is indeed lavash. She had made it before. It was so good. Oh, cool. Yeah, the blue one didn't show the stamp. I was kind of thinking that is one I would color on with a marker. Was my plan. And I just can't get a good, I haven't gotten a good stamp with it yet. This one almost seems, to my eye, it doesn't really seem to need anything. Like, I feel like the design looks pretty cool the way it is. And I think that's because the wax, I don't know, because it has a little sheen or something. But so did the red one. Let me put the red one up here. I'm not like a huge sword fan or anything, but this is just like a, I don't know, it's just a cute little shape. You guys think the purple one needs some decoration? Like silver or anything? I could really go either way on it. I know, I'll put the finished ones over here because I do keep picking them up to show you. It's just easier to have something to just lift them up on. All right, that's going to take a little while to remelt, so let's start another one. I really want to try one that's just matte. Oh, thank you, Mom. Dinner with Mom. I love that name. So this is what the cold brew tea kind of looks like in the jar. Or this is the baozhong anyway. And then the other one is the honey oolong. So I just made them in the fridge overnight. Usually I do the tea preparation on stream, but it's been pretty hot, and I just thought it would be a nice change. I don't think I've ever brought cold brewed tea onto the stream before. Yeah, blue goes well with gold. I was thinking of coloring that one in with a gold marker. You know, it wouldn't be coloring it in, it would be coloring the lines of the design. First, I have to get a good stamp. So there's a learning process with these kind of. Oh yeah, so Dinner with Mom, do you stream or do you mod for Texas? I just know that you are always there on Texas Cryptid's stream, but do you stream? Should we give you a shout out? Actually, I wonder if I could look that up on my own. We just don't really have our mods today, so. It looks like you do. Yeah, you do stream. Okay. I'm going to follow you right now. Sorry, I have not done that before. Okie dokie. Let's see if that works. Well, we got the chat message. Oh, dinner with. All right, let's try that again. It's because I accidentally put a space in there. So funny. Oh, and Dad, excuse me. Okay, Crow, enjoy your lurk. Okay, I'm wondering how this stamp would look with a a wax in more of a matte color. Some of these are pearly and swirly. You can kind of see when you look at them. And then some of them are more flat. And by the way, I ordered a whole bunch of matte, non-shiny waxes, and I'm just waiting for them to come in. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to come in from, I think, from China directly. And so there's just something about the matte color waxes. You know what? Let's just go with I can't just go with ivory because I have a dirty spoon. That's okay. We'll do it. It'll just mix in what little bit of color there is. And I guess I'll use 3 of these. 3 is like about the same amount as 5 of the other ones. Well, yeah, thanks. Dinner with Mom. I will try to catch your streams. I don't know what your schedule's like, but I will keep an eye out for those. So whatever color is in here, we'll just mix it together and it'll be a very pale purple or whatever it is. Super pastel, but super creamy. I can already see that. The candle one is just taking a really long time, and I think there's a draft from the skylight that I have open over the table. And I think, the candle is, the electric one is just plain hotter. There's no question about that. It just is. I feel like I can actually kind of melt the electric one 2 times in the space of, the candle. But that's kind of why it's good to have both. Let me give this a little stir. It's kind of like cooking over here. When you go shopping for this stuff, they actually do call it a stove, a wax melting stove. Both of these, whatever the heat source may be. They call it a wax melting stove, which is kind of, I don't know, for me, cute and funny. Okay, and I can clean this off a little bit. These spatulas have a spatula end, and then they have like a scraper end, which is a hard plastic. Which, now that I think about it, would be probably a great way to get the little pouring spout part of it clean as well. See, this is done before this one's even done. I can try switching this spoon over here, but it doesn't actually fit. It doesn't fit in the sense that it's smaller than the space that it's supposed to sit in, so it could roll around. But we can try it just to speed that along a little bit. One of the things about this stream is it's supposed to be very chill, right? So I should have lots of patience. Okay, completely blending that color together as much as I can. So now it's just like an off-white kind of a thing. Let's pour it. Well, it's kind of pretty. And if I pour it in a shape that is the opposite of what I meant to do, which just happened, I'll just turn it over. All right, here we go. What I feel like I need to do is to stand up. I should probably do that, but I'm afraid to bump the camera over my head. Stand up and look straight down on the wax and press down. I think that would be more successful in terms of getting it to be centered. That is not what I'm doing right now. These days I'm just kind of looking from one side and then looking to the other side and then going, oh, whoops, I did not get that centered. And then that's when I accidentally move it or something, and then, we have kind of a smush. really have to clean these out when they are blazing hot, or else you actually don't get all the wax out. Okay, just collecting all my little wax bits here. The blue one's still cooking along very slowly. Oh yeah, it said I'm gonna try. Let's see if that works. Like, it kind of sits in there, but it's obviously not the color. The color. It's not the shape of spoon that's meant to go in here. So I'm gonna have to watch it carefully so it doesn't, like, spill over somehow, because that would be a mess. Good night, Crow. You gotta go to bed. It's heading on 11 p.m. Okay. You know, 11's a good time to go to bed. I agree. For me, that's when my body actually tries to fall asleep, regardless of whether I'm up, or even if I went to bed an hour earlier than that, I still don't fall asleep until about 11. So I hope you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Okay, I think this one is done. Let's see what it looks like in a whitish, off-white color. Oh, I like it. That's sharp and clear. Do you all think I should even try coloring that one? I don't know. I have a lot of colored markers now, 12 different colors. They're all metallic, but some are colors and some are, you know, like gold, silver, bronze. I really kind of like that one. It reminds me of just cream, basically. I don't know if it's like apparent to you, but this stamp is smaller than like the standard round stamp. Let me see if I can just get an example really quick. I'm trying to find that other design that was the irregular shape. But there's sort of a standard round size of 25 millimeters, and then there's like a larger size of 30 millimeters, and this is smaller than that. Okay, well, this is a weird example, but this is that other irregular shape stamp on the right, and this is with the weird scrap wax combination. But I think you might be able to see the difference in size between the actual stamp part of it. So this one's not only a different shape, but it's a smaller size. I mean, you could pour as much wax as you wanted to. You could pour a massive blob of wax, and then you're just stamping down the middle of it with this thing. So, you know, that's always up to the user. Here's another good comparison of a round one. Just a typical round shaped one. So you can see why I wasn't, well, I can see why I wasn't sure how much wax I would need. Again, not a super sword fan, but I was really drawn to the shape, and I think it's pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of the medical caduceus, even though, you know, there's no snake inside here, but there's just something about that shape. In fact, this company did have one that was like a snake wrapped around something, and I didn't buy it, but I might buy it. Oh, and this wax is all melted now, so let's go ahead and pour that. All right, well, third time's a charm for this blue wax. Maybe I'll pour it on the silicone so that it can flow properly, and I'm gonna put silicone on top of this so we have a nice firm base. But it's starting to bubble. Okay, once again, I poured it in an upside down triangle. Well, I can stamp it upside down. Okay, that looks like a great shape for it. Here we go. What I like a lot about this doorknob handle is that it makes the stamp heavier. So like while you're pressing down, like you just can let the weight of it do the work. The wooden handles don't really do that, but this one here, it's just like, if I can just set it where it needs to be, then the weight of the knob handle just kind of takes care of the rest. As long as it's where you want it to be, that's been the challenge. All right, just scooping that wax out of here. Not entirely successfully. Okay. Just need a piece of paper towel. And clean that while it's still hot. Yep, you just gotta get them while they're super hot. It's almost smoking hot, and then the wax wipes right off, which is weird because it just seems like something that would stick really hard, which it does when it's cold. It doesn't make sense to me that you could wipe this off of here, but you can if you get it quickly enough. Oh, looks beautiful, see? All gone. Just with a paper towel. All right, let's see how we did with this blue wax. It's been a little squirrely, but... Oh, yes, we got a good one. Hooray. Hooray. I'm gonna let that cool for just a second. So yes, I do agree that probably a gold marker, yeah, it's something about this wax where you can't really see the design. It's not just you. In person, when I look at it, it's very clear. It's a clear stamp. There we go, a little bit. You can see, like, it did a good job stamping. Ah, there we are. It's not blurry or mushy or anything. It just doesn't show up. I love this royal blue color, though. So bright, so wow. So I will color that. I need to, if I'm going to keep these things on the heat, I need to throw some more wax in them though. So let's do a fish wax just to experiment with a super metallic color, a super glittery. And really, I've discovered that one of these is enough. I ordered a whole bunch more fish wax, by the way, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get it. I think it's been shipped to me twice, and then partway through, turned around and, I don't know. It's hard to tell what tracking means anymore. So I don't know if it was intercepted at the border, turned around and went back to China, never made it to this country. You know, it's really hard to tell, but all I know is it didn't get here, but I did. I ordered like 3 more of this size of package of fish wax. But a little goes a long way. I really do like them, but they are very, very glittery. So I usually just use one and then just fill it in with other regular, you know, typical sort of colors. So let's see what goes with. I mean, that thing is like shining from here. I can see it. Let's fill it in with a related, but not exactly the same color here. And the fish wax is actually also bigger than these particles. So that's probably like 4 right there. I think we decided that we still kind of need 5, maybe-ish. Let's see what else we have. These are small. Oh my god, that glitter. It's so crazy. Don't really have a color here that really goes, but I'll put in a light blue. And that should be enough. And then on the left-hand side, I had been wanting a gold. I had been wanting to try a gold, so let's go ahead and just throw these gold ones in here. 1, 2. It's like 3 of those. Those are probably going to take a little while to melt. And maybe just a couple of these little ones here. We've got these sort of honey colored ones. Oh, these Aurora, they're like white. Where's the camera? I don't think you can focus on that. They're white, but they're they've got an Aurora, like a sheen to them. Okay. Now, while all that's going on, oh, it looks like we can pour the one on the electric stove. See, that just keeps happening. That's good, though. It's a good problem to have. All right, this is an interesting mix. Check this out. So we have the very glittery fish wax on the right, the other one that's still kind of slightly metallic or slightly pearly, and then in the middle you've got this flower. So I think I might want to mix that together a little bit, because otherwise it's just going to be such a weird marbleization there. Oh, hey, it's bedtime for dinner with Mom. Okay. Thanks again for stopping in. Nice to see you. See you next time, and have a great evening or night. Have a good night's sleep. So I am going to mix these because otherwise it's just like too. We'll leave a little bit of a blend here, but this design is got so much going on. I feel like then if there was also like a lot of different color areas and stuff, it might be tough, but I can experiment with it and see if, I mean, we've had that with other stamps too, right? Well, there's going to be scrap wax. All right, let's give it a try. Let's see how it turns out. Well, the wax combo is very pretty in person. Doesn't seem like very much wax. Okay. I don't think it's enough. It's not quite enough. I'm gonna let it harden. Maybe we got a full design, but I feel like it wasn't quite enough. So I undershot how much wax we needed. It's a very pretty color though. Inside the spoon. Ooh, can we? Yeah, there we go. It's another one of those like, oh, it looks like the ocean kind of a thing. Yeah, it wasn't enough. So back in we go. I'm really glad that there's not a lot of waste. This is still kind of hot, by the way, but not too hot. Okay, all little pieces back in, plus one more of this size. I think I underestimated that one. Oh, and then there's a little bit more here. This also belonged to that. I believe this was the color. We'll add one more of those. That's probably going to be a little too much. Whatever, it's fine. Getting back to this one. While that remelts, I I think that really is just calling out for like a strong gold highlight or gold marker. Is this one yellow or gold? I think this is straight up gold. Let's give it a try. Also, these have two ends on them. So there's a chisel point and then there's a round, point. And so actually for these stamps that are really, really flat like this, where the design is just really all one level, the chisel point is actually pretty handy for sort of covering lots of tiny lines quickly. Now, I'm not done yet, but you can see like how much that's doing. So I'm gonna have to take my glasses off for a moment. Just color this in. Oh, I think I need the round. I take back what I said. I think I need the round point because some of these areas are pretty tight. And yes, I just got it somewhere I didn't mean to, but it's okay. I have red, but I have not tried yet. If you get this marker somewhere that you don't want it, you can take it off with alcohol. But frankly, I've usually just tried to quickly rub it off with my finger, and that's been a little bit successful, or then I've just decided that it wasn't really that important. But I've heard you can. Oh, this is tough though. It's just tough to touch all the lines without touching the the wax around the outside because of the way that it sharply falls away. Gosh, that was pretty easy though, considering. I think that for the companies that sell these stamps, I'm pretty sure this is what they do. So that, because like when you look at what, a sample of what the stamp looks like, they usually kind of look like this. And I'm pretty sure they use, a gold, because now you can totally see what it, actually that's still kind of globby, but you get the idea. Like that really shows what the design is a lot more than, at least that's what the pictures look like. And most of the shops that I've bought them from is that it's colored like that, so you can see what the design is clearly before you buy the stamp. I personally, depending on the stamp, I do kind of like the way they look, just, So here's what we've done so far. So we have two that were just stamped into the wax, and then one on the red one is highlighted with powder, and then the blue one has got the marker, although I can see that it's a little, I started off with the chisel point and it kind of filled in some of the areas instead of just only getting the little tiny fine lines, if that makes sense. So it's a little gloppy to my taste, but it still looks good for me. Like when you glance at it, you can totally see what the design is, right? So I do like that. Okay, we've got another wax ready to pour. Making another bite of the coconut tart. This is definitely something that's good with tea because it's a little dry on its own. And the pastry crust has got like a sandy texture. Now, of course, we have too much wax, but you can also stop pouring it. If you think that, you can stop pouring it early and just decide you have enough. which is what I just did. I think that might have been a good call. Down here at the very bottom, there's not a whole lot left. Let's see if that was a good call. Maybe I could have used more. There we go. Ooh, pretty good spoon cleaning right there. Pretty good. Nice. And then I got an accidental little bead here. I'll just stick that on there. Ah, I guess I'll just put that on the tree slice. Yeah, so the hardest, not hardest, but the thing to remember a lot about these is to just let the stamp cool in between a little bit. Oh wow, this is wild. This gold with this pearly white. Maybe I won't fully stir that together, but just partially stir it. That is a wild combination. It's not so much pearly white as like aurora white, like it has rainbows in it or something. Like marble, yeah. Let's see how we did here. I think this is cool. Cool enough, not totally cool. Ooh. Well, it's a full impression. I don't mind that the wax is like more on the left than the right. It came out all the way. It's a light color. Isn't it interesting how you have like a stamp will have like a certain mood of what you think it should. How do I English? It'll, you know, the design of the stamp will create a certain mood about what color you think you should use. I'm gonna try cutting this one out because it's thin. I'm tempted to remake it. It's a little blobby on the back. It poured unevenly, so I just want to see if it's easy to cut this one out, to cut one out at all with my new little hobby knife. And since I'm not absolutely thrilled with this one, it's a good candidate to just try cutting it out. See what happens. All right, let's try our weird gold mix here. I probably should have poured this on silicone. I just had a momentary hesitation of like, should I move over to silicone? But by then it was already pouring. I don't feel like this is enough wax, or that maybe it's not hot enough. So I think we might have to redo again, but let's see what happens. No. It's an incomplete seal, and I think it just, because of the candle situation there, it's just not as hot as it should be. So we'll remake it. I love the color though. It's gonna be great. That was a good choice of color. And I think it could use just a tiny bit more wax as well. The wax just wasn't flowing out of the spoon. So I'll put it on silicone next time, and I'll add one more piece of wax. Let me cut these really small too so that they melt faster. But yeah, so I think the mood of this one kind of really lends itself towards like a gold color, a metallic color. I'll put this here to remind myself. It's kind of like a coat of arms kind of a, mood. This was the white, Aurora white piece, so I'm just going to add another one of those. It's very small pieces, so I'll just add one more to it. Okay, let's try that again. Now this one, I was going to try cutting it out. And I haven't actually used this very much, but I have this tiny little silicone, what do you call these? Self-healing kind of pads. It's like a smooth texture on this side, and then on this side it's more of a pebbly texture. And then just like a hobby box knife kind of shape. So again, I just need to take my glasses off to be able to look at this close enough. Well, the straight line parts of this will be easy enough to cut, but there's some curly cues and bee wings and stuff that might be a little trickier. But it's just an experiment. You probably can't see what I'm doing, can you? Oh, just barely. Okay. Or my head's in the way. That's kind of what has to happen, I'm afraid. Let's see if there's any part I can... Yep. Okay, so you can break off part of it. Break off big parts of it. Let's see, how's our other wax doing? Not there yet. Okay, great. Gives me time to do this. Just cutting little pieces out, getting closer. I can tell this mat isn't going to last long with this cutting technique because I'm sort of stabbing down into it. Yeah, that's better. Okay, almost there. What am I going to do with this once I get it cut out? I'm not quite sure. Okay, it's almost there. It has some more detail work to do. Just have to raise my head occasionally to see how our melting wax is happening over here. I'm going to transfer it here to just really get it nice and hot. So here's the little piece. And I'm just going to clean it up a little bit. Just going to clean it up. cute. One thing I decided not to do though was get in between. You can kind of see the sword handle has some little space at the top there, and I decided not to get all up in there, but you could probably if you had enough persistence. There's two little areas there. Can I focus that? There we go. Thank you. Kind of looks cool the way it is, but I think I would probably find another color and put it in there. Let me think a little bit about what color that might be. Meanwhile, let's go back to this one. Mix it up just a little. Oh yeah, that I can already feel that wax is more liquid. So this melter has some drawbacks. I mean, it has some advantages. One is it's not sitting flat on the table, so there's a little bit, it doesn't get as hot underneath. The other one is the candle is far enough away from the bottom of the spoon that it's not putting soot on the spoon, and in my mind, that's a big plus. But the minus side is that the wax isn't necessarily that hot. So I keep having these issues where, you know, it pours out too slow, or most of it stays in the spoon or what have you. So that's kind of been the problem. Okay, so there's plenty pouring out now. Possibly too much. All right, so this will be good to go, I think. Again, just letting the weight of the handle do the work. This one's going to be really great looking, I can already tell. Although it's more wax than necessary. It's going to be very generous. Can I just scoop this out? Yeah, I love this gold mix. Who would have thought that putting some like white in there would have been the way to go? All right, I made that a little messy. I'm going to warm it a little bit and then try to clean it again. But it is, it's like a marbly, marbled gold. Okay, I've got still more of this tea left than the other. I want to go back to this giant pastry thing. I got to find out what this thing is called. I really don't know that this is lavash, but I guess I'll ask the next time I'm in there. There will definitely be a next time. Oh. Am I tasting a little bit of coconut this time? It's definitely got a smoke flavor. So weird. Are they dried over smoke? I don't see anything that looks like that. Just don't know. Okay, we're gonna make another pass at cleaning this spoon. Yeah, I'm okay with leaving whatever's in there, I think. All right, let's see how it turned out. Super nice. How cool is that? It's a generous amount of wax, but that's okay. This one gives the impression of like a round blob of wax with the irregular shaped seal in the middle. It's still oval, but you get what I mean. Wow, this might be my favorite one. Let's look at the back. Oh, nothing to see here. It's just kind of poured. If you look really close at it, which I'm not sure you can on the camera, there are some like little more whitish patches down by the rose area there where some of the white Aurora white wax didn't really mix in. But yeah, a red marker could work with this, especially since there's a rose in there. I mean, it's also an option to color certain parts of the design in different colors. I did that with a couple of the seals from last week after when I got done with stream. And was like, what if I colored this one 3 different colors? And people do it for sure. I'm almost more inclined to do that with the white one. With this one. Oh, I don't know. That just looks like so sort of pure. But what I'll do is plug this little guy in somewhere if I can. With another color wax. I mean, it's going to be easy to fit this in because it's just the whole design. It's not like I cut part of it. It's just keeping it in there and not letting it fall out is the trick. Oh, it seems to be in there pretty solid. Okay, so what I need to do is just find a complementary color. Not just color, but texture of wax. What about one of the clear waxes? You know, we were talking about that a couple weeks ago. Let's try it. But what I need, I'm gonna get, if I'm gonna use those clear, ow, that was hot. If I'm gonna use one of those clear jelly sort of waxes, I need to use my spoon that I kind of ruined already with that wax, because it does seem to kind of ruin the wax. So I will take this one out. I think it would probably look good with the green clear, you know, jelly wax. All right, before I decide, let me see. Let me look at everything I've got here. I don't have any other waxes here that are clear, do I? No. Not really. There was somewhere in here, there were some that looked like they might melt up kind of clear, like this red one, but it's really just matte. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll try it. I just need to get out my spoon that's already a little bit messed up from before. And that's this one. So just to show the difference. Why does this matter? It's because the clear wax turned this kind of spoon into this kind of spoon. Like I just wasn't ever able to really clean it. And the more I tried to clean it with stuff, the more that the finish came off. So it's a hot mess. And you know, I'll just use it for that from now on. So I have this jelly wax in my fancy Ziploc bag. It's a snack bag. Again, sort of even more reinforcing the thing that it looks like candy. But I think some green, I think even just like the straight green would be good. With the blue, it makes it pretty darn dark. But maybe one, all right, let's go one blue. Definitely at least 2 of the green, for sure. The yellow is the most clear. I'm also not sure how many of these I need, because this is already filled in. Oh, you know, what we talked about a couple weeks ago was actually having this part be clear and then the background be a solid color wax. Well, we're going to do it the other way right now, just to see what happens. And we'll definitely put it on some silicone. This is not coming out of here, so at least that part we know it's not going to fall out. So I think I would like to throw in a yellow one for clarity, and then maybe one more green one. All right, that should be more than enough. Again, these pieces are really small, so it can be hard to tell how many we need. But the design is already full, so this is really just gonna smush around it and provide the background. So I hope I guessed the right amount of wax. I hope. Fingers crossed. We'll see what it looks like. Also, I do remember that it's very slow to pour out of the spoon, and half the wax stays in the spoon. So, you know what? Now that I said that, let's add one more piece of green. Because that was one of the issues. I remember now. Was the wax doesn't come out. You think you put in a certain amount, you go to pour it, and you're like, where is it all? Okay, we'll give it a shot. If it doesn't look like it's going to be successful, I'll just abort and then try something else. I can have a little snack while that's happening. Meanwhile, I can set something up on the left side here, because we know that's going to take a long time. So we have like a green theme one, a blue one, a red one, purple, white, gold. Oh my God, Tapatai just finished almost 11 hours. Well, they don't do that very often, do they? But even so, and then he has a team, right? Okay, at least he has Amanda. I mean, it's more than one person, but still. That's a long day. That is a long day of streaming and cooking. I mean, even if it was just... Maybe it's because it isn't just sitting there talking, you know, but he's actually cooking and doing stuff. Maybe that passes the time a little bit. Still, though, kudos to him. You know, yikes. Or to them, I should say. You know what? I think I'm going to go for pink. I'm sitting here looking at all the colors of pink going, you know, should I? Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how it comes out. It's a great thing about this wax is that you can just, you hate it, you can melt it again, use it for something else. Let's do 2 of these. And then we've got this pearly pink here, which is different. Let me just see if I can show you the difference. I don't know if you can see that. The ones in the box are like a matte pink, and then this is a pearly pink. And then there's even like another, whoops. All right, where did I drop that? There it goes. So I think we decided that 3 of those is enough. It's enough. Ample amount of wax. Meanwhile, we have our little jelly cooking over here. And he was the one doing all the cooking, but she was in there commenting and producing, so it helps. That's usually seems to be how they operate, and I'm sure that that's really helpful, because I can't imagine, you know, you're doing the cooking and then you're like trying to type in chat or do a lot of scene changes or anything, sound effects or whatever. No matter how you slice it, though, that's a long time. All right, this is still coming along. It looks like there's one lump in the center. And that's right, we're going to pour this onto some silicone so it can spread as much as it needs to. That over here. And maybe I'll just let it be like whatever color mix it wants to be. Your max was 5 and you were sitting for a good chunk. You were still tired. Was that for this what I don't know what to call this. Streamathon, or you took part in this, right? Was that 5 hours for this, or was it another time in the past? I think, I'm trying to remember, but I think the longest I ever streamed was probably like 6.5 hours. And I was, playing Baldur's Gate and having a great time and all that. But that actually makes the time go by more, where you don't really mind. So I think, game streamers can often, seems like they go longer. And when I stream games, I understand that. I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this more. I just need to take some breaks now and then. But something like cooking, that's a really long time to be doing something like that. All right, I'm gonna pour this. This is looking kind of stained glass-like, which could be a really cool effect. In other words, the three colors aren't really mixing that much, so. Oh, yours was last October. Oh, you baked pan de muerto for Day of the Dead and decorated sugar skull cookies in the downtime for 5 hours. Yeah, I could see that because you're probably on your feet a lot. Oh, anyway. 5 hours of cooking does seem like a lot. All right, this is barely coming out of the spoon. So thick. It's not like it can melt any more than this. It's just the nature of it. So let me see if I can like cut off that string and go ahead and press this and just see what we don't really have a do-over with this one. I don't think it's gonna work. I'm just getting a blob. All right, that probably wasn't the best idea. I wonder if they can be removed from each other. That hardly even spread around the edge. That doesn't work. Can I separate it again? I can. All right. Do over. I don't know if I want to do that. My little piece came back out, so that's cool. See, it didn't even attach. I think so. The kind of wax was too different. Not compatible, perhaps. Since we have the spoon already kind of messed up, I will go ahead and try to melt it again. Add some more wax, and then we'll just try to press one, complete one with this wax, not with the other piece added. But even so, it seems like it needs one more piece. It's just so doggone thick. All right, so we'll put that aside for now. I just had another thought though, which is that this pink, you know what? These two go together well. This pink color and this aqua. I think I'll use this as the background for this piece. That was not at all what I expected to do, but I think the wax will be much more happier together. They should stick together well. I know this piece didn't come out as thin as I would have liked because it was not intended to be a layer. So, we'll just see what we get. See what we get. Kind of push that in there as hard as it'll go. Okay, that's not going anywhere. It is going to be a little chunky though. And I don't want to sit here and shave it, try to shave it back off or anything. That's dangerous. That's going to get dangerous. I've got this little stove I can put this on to warm it a little bit. And then we'll just let the clear one Just melt for however long that's gonna take. That wax is so sticky. It's barely wax. I know I've had a couple people ask me about what the wax is made of, or I've seen questions online about it. It is almost more plastic than it is wax anymore. It's like resin, and maybe heat the bottom with a match or something to make it help it stick. Oh, you mean this part here? Yeah. I'm heating the seal. I heated the seal a little bit that it's sitting in, and I'm just trying to kind of make that. Now it just wants to pop out. It wasn't popping out before. But yeah, that could work. Maybe. Could work a little bit. I mean, it's an experiment anyway. I'm not really invested in it, but for some reason this has started to like curl up in the wrong direction. So I'm just trying to make it like cling to the stamp a little bit more. And I thought that heating it would help. Now I am kind of missing that, I know. Oh, I love that emote. Oh my gosh. That is adorable. And it does really go, it really goes with the music. Huh. What fun. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good way to heat this without distorting it. I think that's really the trick. I don't want to distort it. I'm not sure that did anything. But yeah, when you're working with this, it's just like working with, it feels more like working with plastic. See, I ran it under the candle and it got soot on the back, but that's okay because this is going to go inside the pink wax, right? I think we should probably just try it. At least it's curling around in the direction that I would have it if I had to have it like cupping in either direction. It is going in, it's cupping in the direction that I would choose, and not the other way. So let's see what happens here. I've got a weird, I get another weird pink mixture going on here. Give it a little stir. See, now that just feels thick. It just feels like this candle isn't really... Look how quickly that hardened. Excuse me, I suddenly had to sneeze. And then now this one looks like it's also melted, so we'll come back to that as soon as we can. Let's go ahead and pour this. Oh, all we can do is try. I should probably pour it lower, closer to the stone, so it has less time to cool, maybe? And then I'm gonna pull it down here so there's more, like the point seems like it gets missed. Like, you get down there and you realize you don't have any wax for the point. Oh, it fell out. All right, well, that was a fail. Fail. Not only did it fall out, it fell out on its, you know, the butter side down, as it were, so. Oh, I think I can pull it off. Hey, I can pull it off. All right, we're gonna try that again. Back we go. was kind of a near miss. We'll just let that melt again. And we'll go ahead and try. Oh, let's see, what was it? It has to go directly on here to be clear. We learned that. We learned that when we were learning how to use this jelly-like wax. Here we go. And I'm gonna pour it really close so that it has not as far to go and not as much time to harden. Now let's see how we do. Quick, get in there. Still not enough, really. Not quite enough, not long enough. See, by the time I get to the point here, there's no wax. Still kind of cool though. I would just do it again. I like it. I want to do it again. See if I can show it to you. Let me see if I can get the bottom of this also clean so we don't have like wax inside the burner, which tends to make a mess. See if there's a way I can show. It's really interesting how the different formulas interact. Yeah, this is all the jelly wax. It's not mixed with other kinds, but still I like how it turned out. It just needs more. So shiny and you can see through it. It's really kind of glass-like. Oh, I don't know if I put a white thing behind it, maybe you can see it better. Yeah, there you go. So you can see through it. It just needs a little bit more wax and a little more expertise on my part. So just make it again. That's how we get the expertise. I love how you can see through it. So, and then when you go to cut this, it is like cutting plastic. It's very, very plasticky. This wax, quote unquote wax, doesn't feel like wax at all. Feels like, I don't know what kind of plastic, but hard plastic. That piece went flying. I see where it went, so let me just grab that out of here. And we'll put one more piece of green wax in there. Or maybe a yellow to lighten it just a hair. There we go. It sure seems to take a lot of those. So you think you're getting a lot of pieces, you know, in a bag of this, but you're using a lot. You're going through a lot of them. I'm also going to try a different kind of handle that might give me a different kind of control, like the wooden handle it came with. This is the actual handle it came with. And I'm wondering if I'll be able to, yeah, I think I'll be able to see around this handle a little easier to see where I'm putting it. But yeah, it is interesting how differently the different wax formulas behave. All right, we'll try this. So I did manage to save this. It's got a little tiny, just one little tiny flake of pink wax on it. Yeah, you never see it. I was able to scrape it off with my fingernails, so. All right, I'll try again. I'll see if I can not fail this time. It does feel pretty resistant to going back in the mold, though. Let me heat this up pretty good. Let's see if I can kind of... Oh, this is good and hot, too. Right there. See if I can kind of mold it back in there so it doesn't fall out. So, and then after we make these two, I'll just try using up the scrap wax, and then that's probably going to be enough time for today. This is addictive, this lavash stuff. How does it say crispy in this sort of damp weather? All right, how warm are we talking here? Okay, just mildly warm. Kind of makes me wonder what would happen if I just rested it on here briefly, but it might melt and stick on there and then become a part of it and I'll never get it off, so I'm a little concerned. But I could hold it over there with tweezers. Just trying to find like a safe way to warm it slightly. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. It's not really touching, but it's very close. Sort of working. Just want it to absorb a little bit of that heat. From a distance, it almost looks kind of like a fish, doesn't it? Okay, so now it's kind of warm all over. No idea if any of this is helping. And the stamp is still also a little bit warm. Still got that sort of cupping going on, though. It's just not going to stay in there now. Clearly it's going to fall out again. It's no big deal. It's like, what's cooking on your stove? I kind of don't want the stamp to get too hot because it could melt the details of the design. Oh, it's getting more flexible. Awesome. Okay. You know, I don't want it to remelt the design. Okay, everything's nice and toasty now. Really not sure if this will make a difference, but the piece of wax is not as cuppy as it was, if that makes sense. Flattened out a little bit. Okay. Just fingers crossed it's not like falling out really quickly, but it's not staying in really firmly either. It in the upside down triangle. That's okay. It's okay. All right, let's see how we do. I'll come in here sort of sideways. Ah! This is not... It's clearly not meant to be. It just jumped out of there again. Okay. And then this is too like cold to really press it properly. Yeah. I wonder instead of letting you could do a clear insert of the stamp. A clear insert? Oh, you mean like a with clear wax? Yeah, that's possible. I'm only just doing this to just try to save this one that I cut out, but you know what? I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. It's just gonna be a cutout piece, and that's just what it's gonna be. If I can get this pink off of it again, which there's no guarantees that I can't. Yay! All right, that is just gonna be. This is never gonna go anywhere else. It's just gonna be. It's just gonna be here. Although I think this would look cool. You know, if I could get it in there, but I don't think I can get it to stay back in there. But we will remelt the pink one more time, and you can see that that would actually, you know, make a pretty nice looking stamp. So we'll just remelt that one more time. Again, and we'll just stop trying to insert that. I don't know what happened, why it's so difficult. Probably because it's a thick piece. I didn't make it on silicone, so it's... But clearly there's enough wax there to make the stamp with, by itself, just by itself. So I just have this little cutout piece I made. That's fine. It just is what it is. All right, so let's make the jelly wax one more time. Super hot, here we go. I'll pour it a little bit lower. There's a little missing blob right there. All right, that's probably fine. Okay, I think that one's going to be successful. It accidentally rocked all of a sudden, but I think it's okay. Hopefully I didn't just ruin the design. Now I know why we hold the handle closer down there. You can also add the cutout piece to your scrap pile if it annoys. I know, right? It doesn't really annoy me. It's because it's actually really... It looks really cute and stuff, but you're right, I could melt it again. Maybe I will just melt it again. It doesn't annoy me. It just didn't cooperate with... It's not working well with others. That's the problem. All right, and then we're gonna try to clean this out while it's still hot. Oh, so sticky. All right, I'm gonna just remelt that and just try to clean it out while it's still hot. I don't know, how long does this take? It's still warm. All right, I'm gonna give it a little bit longer. Don't want to ruin it before it's ready. I want to ruin it at the right time. I love the name of this song, this Johnny Bailey track. Or it's The Fox and the Girl, but Johnny writes the music for The Fox and the Girl. Tomes and Tea. I mean, what could be better, right? Ooh. Again, we're very, very close at the point of the sword there. But there's enough. I'm going to call this one good. Let me show you what it looks like. It's very cool. And you're right, you could probably cut this out and put it in something else. I gotta say, my patience for that is probably not the best right now. Like, from trying so hard. Here, I'll grab it by the widest part. Wow, reminds me what I like about this wax, even though it's really annoying to work with. Look how beautiful that is. And then when you make it on this piece of ceramic, the back comes out nice and clear too, which is, you know, why it's so clear. That's gorgeous. Got a little bubbles around the side and stuff, but that's fine. Nice. Yeah, you know what? I am going to put the cutout in my scrap pile. Just so that I can use it again, not because it's particularly annoying, but just, we can melt it in with some other stuff. All right, let me get my paper towel. I'm going to try to clean this spoon. Okay, you just got to clean it like really hard with the spatula, and then I'm just going to leave the wax on the spatula. And we're going to try to clean that. So the outside, how does it even get on the outside? So here's how much I got. Here's how much was still in the spoon. That didn't even come out. And that's another reason why you just need a lot more than you think. Let that cool. And our pink is just remelting again. I think I determined that I have enough of the pink to make a stamp all by itself. So we'll just do that. Gonna give up on the layering situation right now. And I'll try to clean that one more time, but that's probably as clean as that one can get now. And I've just had to devote that spoon to, you know, that's what we're gonna use that for from forever now. This is so crunchy. I wasn't kidding when I said that my honey oolong tea seems to be fermenting right here on the table. Not the one I'm drinking, thank goodness, but in the jar. So I'm not sure if I should drink any more of it or if I should totally drink it, because I do like kombucha. But there's no intentional, you know, SCOBY or anything added to this to make it ferment. So I'm inclined to not drink more of it, just in case. But the green one is fine, the Baojong. Go figure. Okay, the pink one is almost remelted. I'm gonna go in with the scrap wax here and just start. So we will use. Oh, there we go. Thank you for your service. I'm gonna put in all of this pretty aqua again. Get that all in there. The pieces that I cut out and the part I cut it out from. Again, that was just sort of learning how to do it. It was not really a successful experiment. Well, let's get all that back in there. Now we know that that was enough wax for an entire seal. So I think I'm just going to melt that together by itself. There's also a lot of like really little pieces that I cut off there. So basically we're just remaking that one. I don't even remember why I cut it up. There was a reason. I think part of the background was missing or something. The edges. You think you need grapes or a nectarine? That's oddly specific. Are you just hungry? Or looking for something sweet? Okay. I've also got this wax, but I don't think I'm going to add it to that one. I think I might add it to this very weird scrap pile over here, and we'll just make one more super, super weird color blend after this. It'll probably have an odd clear window in it. All right. Let's go ahead and see if our pink is ready. It looks ready to me. Although that being said, I'm going to pour it on this silicone mat so that it can flow to the max. So it's not a lot of extra wax here. It's like just enough, but I think that's enough. All right, here we go. All right, we got a good one, I think. It's a little shy on the right-hand side, but the entire impression is gonna be made there, so that's cool. Those are the fruits you have, and fruit sounds good. Agreed. Right, scooping this out. This spoon cools really fast. To the point where I think I need to heat it up some more and just paper towel that out. But I got a blob of pink here. It's just a matte, well, it's a slightly shiny pink. It's not matte to the point where, like, it's dull, you know. I think I need a new piece of paper towel. I really try to minimize the amount that I'm using. Oh, I had a piece here. Fruit does sound good. Okay, let's try to clean this again. Once I get this little spoon clean, I will probably stop using it for the night. Put my finger right through the paper towel. I think it needs like one more round of wiping and then we'll be good there. Okay. Let's see how this one came out. It's a little rough on the back. Nice. Okay. Hooray. Okay. Again, there wasn't a lot of extra wax, but it came out. I'm still not sure if that's a B, but at least whatever it is, it's looking very clear. Okay, so that's the pink one. Compared to some of the others, it really doesn't have a lot of extra around the edges, you can see, but it's there. It's all there. This is probably the most I've used one seal in a session, because usually I tend to use a lot of different ones or focus on a few different ones. But I just thought it would be fun today to just try a lot of things with one seal. Assuming I received it. That worked out at the last minute. Okay, spoon is clean. I'm gonna set that one aside. In fact, pull that candle out, let it start cooling and solidifying so I can ever get it out of the holder that it's sitting in. There we go. Now we have this mixture of wax again. And since it's super hot, I think I can pour it right on here on the piece of agate. Oh, it's so sparkly. Oh my goodness. Okay. Assuming I get a good stamp on it this time, this is going to be gorgeous. I'll be forgetting all about the cutout that didn't work out. Okay. Seems like my thing is to, because of where I start, that there's more wax coming through on the left side. But that's all right. See it's all the way around, or I don't know if you can see it, but from my angle I can see that it's all the way around. I do need to pour this longer. It seems like I'm always just barely making the bottom here. I'll go ahead and clean that out. I guess there's no point in like fully cleaning this spoon because I'm going to use this for the scrap wax. So we'll have like one more. And I've got some really wild colors that we could potentially put in there. I have no idea how it'll turn out, but sometimes it comes out okay. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of thinking of using this this piece of clear wax, so maybe I'll use the yucky spoon just in case, because it'll probably bond onto that spoon forever. So let's just stick with the one spoon that's got a problem here. You know, that kind of reminds me of something. It was like when I lived on the Big Island, we ate a lot of breadfruit. We had a tree in our yard, actually. God, this just feels like a hard piece of resin. This is the clear wax from earlier. Let's see if I can even get it melting. Anyway, we had a breadfruit tree in our backyard, and you know, we ate a lot of breadfruit, and I'm actually really fond of it. I love it. It's so nutritious and good. I really like it much more in the unripe state. Anyway, when you cut up breadfruit, it has a very sticky white sap, kind of like glue. And so your knife and the pot you cook it in, if you cut it up and then cook it, you know, the cut pieces, like, you have this sticky latex all over everything. And you know, at some point you're just kind of like, should this just be my breadfruit cooking pot? Like, is this just kind of ruined? Maybe I don't, you know, maybe I don't need a really clean pot for the rest of my life. This wax reminds me of that. Technically, you could clean it with oil. Like, you would pour oil on it and then, you know, scrub it and then clean it with, you know, your soap, your dish detergent or whatever after that. But boy, it was very difficult to get it off. Especially a sharp knife, like, that's dangerous to be rubbing up and, you know, rubbing around on the sharp knife with oil and get slippery. But anyway, it just kind of reminded me that with this spoon, like, maybe this is just now my, you know, I don't really need, how clean does a spoon need to be is what I was thinking. Okay, this came out good. Once again, the very tip of it just barely made it, but it's good. It's like a little blue blob in the middle where something didn't mix thoroughly, and I'm here for it. So this, again, the sparkle in this was from one of those pieces of fish-shaped wax. Sorry, I'm trying to find a right focal point. There we go. So that's pretty. Add that to the collection. Okay, and so what we have going on now is scrap wax time, and things usually get pretty odd. So we've got the green left over from this, the clear wax. I'm going to add a white matte, you know, a white creamy wax left over from this one. I think this piece of blue will also work pretty well. It's from this blue one over here. Let's see what else we've got left in here that could possibly work. Oh, there's another piece of that teal color. I don't know if the pink, how about the gold? I think the gold would be a nice accent. So all the gold bits, the white bits. So it's still kind of a green color overall. I'm not sure if I added these red or purple bits, if that would be good at all, or the pink. But let's see how much wax this comes out to and whether it looks like enough. That's another key thing sometimes. So I'll just hold on to these. There's no rule about this. There's no rule that I have to use all of it. And just because there is that little bit of clear wax in there, I'm going to use the ceramic plate because that does seem to release it the best. And also not let it, or keep it clear. I don't know if that's going to make a difference now that we've mixed it with a bunch of other stuff, but crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't stir this. That would just muddle everything together and not in a good way, I think. Total experiment. Okay, looking forward to next week. I'm going to look at my calendar while we're on here. I don't think there's any reason that I can't stream next week. Next weekend. That's not the right calendar. Anyway, I don't think there's any reason that I won't be able to make it, so we'll plan on it. Wow, this thing is very addictive. I kind of see why it's so well loved. All right, this is going to be an interesting mix here. What I can't really know is whether that clear wax is melted on the bottom of all of this or not. I'm also not sure this is enough wax. But I'm going to try it rather than try to add, if I put this back in the spoon, you know, we're just going to have a muddled mess. So let me just try to do it. Oops. Oh man, I had another piece over here I forgot about. Okay. Looks like it could be good. It could be interesting. Could just be too weird, but I forgot I had another piece over here. I'm kind of happy with the colors the way it came out, but the way that the wax oozed out of here is not looking that great, so we'll see what happens. Oops, and I want to clean this spoon again. I'm going to say that those kinds of waxes didn't really blend that well together. Ugh. That does not come out. We're just going to have to cook it. I don't want it to get into the heater, so see if I can get it off the outside of the spoon. I'll just melt it away. Okay, just cleaning up the little bits of waste here. Not too much. All right, let's see how it came out. Oh my goodness. You know, it's not too bad. But the way, this is one that you'd want to cut out, I think, because the way that the wax came up around it was just like giant lumps. See if I can get that in focus. So, you know, that might just be too weird. It's always kind of fun to see, though. I'm really loving the gold. Here's what the back looks like, you know, so not too bad of a mix. But it's just something about the way that the... You know what? Let's just do it again. It's easy to break for some reason. Like, it didn't even... I can tear it apart with my hands. Let's just do it again. Last one, though. Last one. Like, I'm not going to do another color mix after this. But that was weird. I think it's because of the texture of the wax. You know what? I'll pour it onto silicone the next time. It didn't really spread, and then it just like it smooshed. I don't know a better way to describe it, but it just sort of like smooshed straight up when I pressed down into it. So I think it was enough wax though. Another boopy beepy song. So I think I'm not going to color any more of these tonight, at least. So I'll put my pens away. But it's certainly a possibility later. Just cleaning up my space a little bit. It's very easy to get cluttered. And then the aesthetic is not that great. There we go. Feels weird to have done a stream without any hot water. Without the hot, the water kettle. The swirls competed with the image, but I like the colors. Yeah, I liked the blue, white, and gold together. Unexpectedly more than I thought. But yes, you couldn't see anything. But the biggest problem was with the smoosh. So it's these little areas right here that when the wax was a little too, not hot anymore, I pressed down and it just went smoosh right up through there. And he ended up with these ears, kind of. And yeah, I don't really expect to see the design very well with all of this going on, to be honest. I just figure it's just kind of for fun. All right, is it melted? Do we have melting? Do we even have that piece of sparkle wax in there now? These are getting crazy, just crazy. I don't know why these spatulas never look clean. Like you have to just go through and just pick, almost like with your fingernails or whatever, all the little bits of wax off that. I mean, you don't have to, if you don't mind them being there. All right, let's give this a try. This is kind of nuts, but let's just try it. Putting more down at the point. I kind of like this one. If I can get it pressed out before we have smush. Plenty of wax this time. I just need to get used to going closer to the top. But it's all right. But I leave more space up at the top. Oh, I can also see I moved this stand. Just in this particular one, because it has a point, I'm leaving enough room at the top, and then by the time I get to the bottom, there's not that much wax left. So I just need to pour more wax or pour it differently, a different shape, or just press a little closer to the top. Something like that. So I don't know what happened to the clear wax part of this, because I think it just blended in. I don't even see it anymore. I'm taking this little tail off here. It would need to be colored in a red or something to be seen like it was. Yeah, let's see what it's like now. It looks like it blended together more, of course, since I re-melted. I think we're gonna like it better this way. Oh, I don't know where the gold went. On the back. Okay. The gold is on the back. So here's the back. And again, it's dull because it was on the silicone. Here's the front. I'm happy with it. Yes, this could use, like, I don't know. I want to say a silver pen, maybe? And I could do that right now. That doesn't take long. Do you want me to do a silver pen? Or possibly gold, since there is some gold in it here and there. Or that's not the only metallic color that I have in my pens. I actually like this one. Who knew? This poor wax has been through so much. Let's see, what color's good? I even have a purple metallic. That might be nice. You know what? I just kind of realized last time when I was coloring things on that I can try it on the back. Whatever the color, I can kind of try the pen on the back of it and see what that looks like. You like it's less overwhelming? Yeah, agreed. It's like denim-y or something. It's because the... Oh, you want to try red? Okay. It's because the design is so, you know... I have a pink metallic, and then this is kind of red, I guess. Let's see what... I don't have anything that's like a dark red that you would expect. I have this... I could draw all over the backs. I have this rose red there on the right. Is that... I don't know if that's... I would love to have a dark red pen. I'm wondering if like just like a bronze or something. So far the purple and the red have not been as dark as I wanted. I think the blue though is probably good. It's like a dark blue. So, oh, you're right. It's depends on like what angle you're looking at, but you think the red is a good contrast? We can do that. Oh, blue is better there. So one thing I've noticed about these pens is that you can kind of just let it dry and then go over it with another color. So, you know, it's not final. So let's try the blue. Oh, I gotta try to wipe this spoon clean while it's just in here heating. So, ow! God, don't stick your thumb in a really hot spoon. Anybody who's like needing that advice, apparently I do. So let me wipe this out as best as I can, and then I'll turn this off. That thing gets so hot. I am hearing a car alarm outside that sounds like my car. But my car just does like the generic beep, beep, beep. But I am slightly concerned. But it does keep stopping, so it's probably not my car. Which one do I like better? Probably the blue in person. But you know what? What about pink? I'll just draw all over the back of this thing. Here's a pink that's on the left, which actually is probably better. No, it's okay. It stopped again. You know that generic car alarm sound of just like the beep, 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 beep? You know what? I'm going to go with this pink color. It's actually darker than the... So, you know, I'm just going by the caps. And I think this pink is darker than the red, the quote unquote, you know, red. So let's just do that one. And as I mentioned, it's a little bit hard to get down into here. If it was a plain color wax, you know, I'd probably just color different. Like I would color the rose this pink color, and then I would color the insect, the bee, or whatever, another color, and maybe the sword another color. But since this already has all these marbled colors in it, that would just be way too much. But I would do it on maybe that white one that I made that's just plain white color. I think it's looking pretty good. Yeah, so when you have this busy of a background color, you just really want like a solid, a single... I think I can lean in here and do this on camera. So I think that pink was a pretty good choice. Any just metal color would have also been good. Well, maybe not gold so much. Not gold. Yeah, I take it back. Any metallic color that's just like a metal color. Gold, silver. I think I have a pen here that looks more like a bronze or copper kind of color. Just anything like that. It's very neutral. That would have worked. But since I have these ones that are now colors, I like trying them. I think this is good. Oh, it's cute. Okay. I've noticed that with these, that, you know, these seals that are kind of a chaotic blend of colors, that putting a single, well, you'll see, putting a single highlight color on it, it's like it sort of brings the design forward, and then the chaos fades into the background. I did get a little bit of pink on the wax here where I didn't want it. That happens. Yeah. I could see how red would have looked good here. But hey, not bad for just scrap, you know, scrap wax that I was trying to use up anyway. I just don't have a dark red pen, turns out. All right, so let's review. I do have some bits of wax to throw out. Not too many today. Again, several... Oh, I guess I have so many. I have to put them on something bigger. Let's put them on this, Can they all fit? Not sure. Yep, they'll fit. I arrange them carefully. There's room for one more, and then we have one more. Perfect. So this is 9. Okay, I made 9. After much trial and error, I made 9 that I kept. Looks better. It really needs something to contrast all the cool tones. Yeah, exactly. Now it looks like it kind of blends together, right? Yeah, that was fun. So you can see the white one. Like I said, in person, the white one even looks pretty. In person. But to make the design, you know, come out, I might color it in 2 or 3 different colors. Like an actual sort of picture. Oh, once again, I'm sort of obsessed with the clear one, the jelly wax. But man, that's so hard to work with. Fun. It was fun. I have 9 more to collect in my collection. But I really love these ones that are not just round. They're just interesting. It does take a little bit more work to get, the wax in shape and everything. But I'm glad I got this one. So now I believe I have 2 that are like irregular shapes, and I think it's something that I'll be looking at more of them, Okay, well, thank you. That is definitely enough for today. I'm gonna start letting everything cool down. Thank you so much for hanging out, and everyone who came in. Not sure if Apex is still here, but thanks for that raid. That was so sweet. And all of our friends, whether they stream or not, appreciate you coming in. I hope to see you next week, same time. I'm not sure what we'll do next week. I mean, something along these lines. T will be involved for sure. I'm not sure if I'm ready to start reading a book, but maybe. I don't know. It's really kind of catching my attention. So I don't know if we want to wait for cooler weather, or I'm also pretty happy to continue doing the wax sealing, because I know I have more different wax coming in. So I know there's going to be at least one more time where I'm going to want to show you stuff that I've gotten. So I guess we'll just play it by ear, and I will see you next week. Yes. Well, thanks, Texas. Thanks for coming around every time, 15 times or whatever it was. Wow. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you. You enjoy the rest of your night, and I hope the week ahead is good, and I hope everyone was able to kind of relax and chill out and is ready for the week. So take good care, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye. It's almost midnight. Okay, go to bed. And I'll see you soon. Bye. Thanks.